if you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Right? I remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. You ever heard that expression, Oxford? Apparently, an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. Right? I mean, it's not a secret at all, but if you want to keep something concealed, don't disclose to your friend. Okay, here's another one. A wise man's question contains half the answer. Okay, from the question itself, you can understand half of what's going on. And then finally, okay, man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. Beautiful, yeah, it has kind of that quality to it. I agree. Okay, so it turns out that even with my jokes, I've spoken a little bit faster than I anticipated tonight. We've come to the conclusion of the lecture. Ibn Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters. He died very young. He was like a comet that streaked across the sky. His poetry, which he began to write at a very young age, had a phenomenal influence on the liturgy, particularly even today among Sephardim. His philosophy, ironically, is basically lost to Jewish thought for about 900 years, but was picked up by the Christian scholastics, most notably St. Thomas Aquinas, and it is there they achieved a fame that far eclipsed his stature among Jews. Nevertheless, the value of his extremely powerful poetic expression, the depths of his remorse and his tshuva as expressed in Keter Malchut and other poems, continues to influence the liturgy today, and I think he's definitely a very fitting individual to include in our pantheon. Next week, we have a figure who looms very large in the Musar universe. We're going to look at Bachya ibn Pakuda, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Gabiro. They lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Saragossa, and they borrowed a lot of ideas from each other, as we shall see. But Bachya is known most prominently for a very famous work called Chovos HaLevavos, The Obligations of the Heart, a tremendous classic of Jewish thought that I'm looking forward to learning with you next week. Thank you once again for your attention and your endurance, and we'll wrap it up for the night. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun with it. The internet version is a little bit shorter because I told too many jokes that I regretted, and I decided to cut them out. So you have to come here and visit live. And I want to say a special shout out to that couple that came all the way from Tekoa, Israel, to hear the lecture live. It was great to have you in the audience. Anyways, I want to close with a couple of calls to action. First of all, if you have been reading my book, I'm really grateful to all the people who have written nice things to me privately, and I'm especially surprised that so many have actually read it in one sitting. That makes me a little nervous. Maybe I should write bigger books. This is not quite large enough if you can read it in one sitting, but I'm glad that you're finding it meaningful. Here's the thing. If you're sending me personal words of congratulations, things like that, and feedback and corrections, that's fantastic. But maybe you would consider writing a little review, like on the Amazon site. They give you an opportunity to put reviews there, or testimonials will help get this book into the hands of people who will appreciate it. And I certainly would be, really very happy to see other people reading the book and learning from the Torah of the possession already. Second thing that's kind of cool, I just got an email today, and there's a shout out if you're watching it right now, from a Spanish language publisher who wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish, which I think would be especially great for Sephardic Jews. I'm not going to divulge the name and things like that yet until we actually agree on things, but I am very excited. I think that will be absolutely fantastic. And well, that's about it. Okay, next week we have a fantastic lecture on Rabbeinu Bachya on Chovos HaLevavos. Oh my gosh, what an amazing book, amazing sefer, and I look forward to learning with you then. Okay? Have an excellent week. Thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic tonight, something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. And I'm just so amazed with the range and depth and breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachya, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Chovos HaLevavos, the duties of the heart. Very important work that, I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 60 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the Ibn Gabiro lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys, but let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right, although I have to say it is probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools. And there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was planning to tell, about the Chelm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready. He drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. And he calls everyone over, his wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. And they don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know, should they move it? Should they touch it? They decide to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing." And he says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. And he's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know, what does it mean? Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's obviously been exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer. And he says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, Rabbi?" He says, "You buttered the wrong side." There's a Jewish humor in there. Okay, maybe I'll save the other joke till later if I find the actual. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. It's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare before beginning today. Our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for Refuah Shalema, which is the Hebrew term for a complete healing for Mordechai ben Batya. You should have Refuah Shalema, you should have a complete healing, and we should know more Tsar. Another very quick kind of cool piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a riverboat tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side, and really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important, good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, but because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a post, God willing. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when after I finish davening and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes and I have to forget about it. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most Jews in the United States, rather GINOS, I had to look that up. It stands for Jews in Name Only. And it's based of a part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, who we've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Are leftists. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students, all of you on the internet. It doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care, we want to keep learning, and we will help our students get through their undergraduate degree. Okay, enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the 2 volumes. This is kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya in the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless, we know very little about his life. When he was born, when he died, we have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Toras Chovas Halevavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. Right? The word Torah comes from the whole book is about, refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvot. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way about what do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged in for most of today's hour. But at any rate, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it, it's written here, Chibru b'lashon Aravit, Harav Hagadol HaChassid, written in Arabic by the great and pious rabbi. The Arabic original is extant, and we have new translations made directly from the Arabic, although overwhelmingly we have relied on the 12th century Hebrew translation that we'll look at in the next slide. So we know he's a great and pious rabbi. What else do we know? Our teacher, Rabbeinu. This term, Rabbeinu, is actually a fairly high-level honorific. Very few people in Jewish history received the term Rabbeinu, especially until the modern era. The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted it such that just about every Hasidic leader becomes a Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century, in particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for really unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moses, our teacher. Not too many people at that level. So we know he is an important person. Rabbeinu Bechaye. Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew is spelled Beit Chet Yud Yud. The nekudot, the vowels, of course, are arbitrary, and no one's exactly sure how to pronounce his name. The customary pronunciation is Bachia, but it's not a regular Hebrew spelling at all. Bachia would be something like Beit Chet Yud Hey, maybe, but people say Bachia. Some people also say Bechaye, which is also not exactly right. This would be a shva, so it would be a bichaye, which is kind of weird. No one's exactly sure how to say his name, but we have certain conventions. And we know his surname, son of Yosef. The family name is apparently Pikuda, or Pikuda. And he is finally, we know he was Hadayan HaSefaradi, the Sephardic judge, or judge from Spain. Now, how do we know that these encomiums on the title page are true? It's because they're taken from the 12th century translation of Ibn Tibon, which is the closest to Rabbeinu Bachia that we have. Okay, here's the bottom part of it. It says, translated into the Holy Tongue, were very fond in the English edition. But that's the problem with working with a translation, is that you know, translations themselves are already a step back from the original. But that's how we access Chovot HaLevavot, and that's where I should go on to the next slide at this point. So where did he come from? Zaragoza, also spelled with S's, but this is apparently the official spelling. You can see it's in northern Spain, close to the Pyrenees Mountains. We really don't know anything about him, and in fact, there's huge question marks about exactly when he lived. We know certainly he have to have lived before Ibn Tibbon, because Ibn Tibbon published the translation in 1160. We also notice that there's some strong similarities in a couple passages between the work of Ibn Gabirol that we spoke about last week. So that means that one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporaries sharing the same source. Some of it is kind of bizarre. Like, remember that square we looked at with the 5 different or the 4 different character traits and the 4 different elements and things like that. So that appears also in Rabbeinu Bachya. The scholar Diane Lobel, who we'll speak about in a second, she estimates that based on a Geniza fragment written by Ibn Ezra, who refers to Rabbeinu Bachya as the previous generation, more or less we can ballpark the authorship of this book around 1080. So that's as close as we get in terms of knowing anything about his life. Everything else is going to be internal scholarship, internal literary evidence. Okay, so at this point, we have to pause and have a little bit more of a philosophical discussion about what is this book, why is it so distinct and special. This is an amazing 19th century painting by Karl Schleicher. The title is Eine Streitsfrage aus dem Talmud, and it translates as a controversy question out of the Talmud, or meaning a machlokas from the Talmud. I just like the word Streitsfrage. You know, it sounds like a controversy, like Ich habe eine Streitsfrage für dich. You know, I got a problem with you, buddy. My wife says, by the way, that when I speak German, I sound like I'm angry, and she wants me to tone it down somehow. German is one of our secret languages that we speak when we don't want our kids to figure out what we're saying. And they figure it all out. They know everything. Anyways, okay, so this is a picture my grandmother, Allah Shalom, used to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid because it shows, you know, rabbis engaged in a Talmudic discussion. Now, besides that very short art history moment, what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the statement up a little bit and say, what exactly is philosophy? If we look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, and as Whitehead put it, all philosophy is footnotes to Plato, philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe starting from zero. No assumptions. You build logic. From logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms. You have proposals, hypotheses, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, all kinds of different models to try and create an understanding of the fabric of reality. You can break it up into different schools or different disciplines, you know, epistemology, metaphysics, things like that. But ultimately, philosophy begins with the search for wisdom, and that is in fact what the word philosophy means. Sophia in Greek means wisdom. Philo means I love. I love wisdom, philosophy. And what characterizes Western philosophy, drawing from Plato, is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. And in order to know anything, we must start from zero. This is perhaps why undergraduates love it so much, because it's like being in the sandbox and you have nothing created and you have to build it up from nothing. On the other hand, is it fair to say that this is a Jewish activity? with some rare exceptions until the modern era, I would say no. We use the term Jewish philosophy, but Jewish philosophy does not start from zero. Jewish thought, let's use that word probably more appropriately, that term, Jewish thought starts from some, what the Germans call Grundlage, like foundation points. There are places where you got to start. You got to start with, for example, Torah Sinai, Revelation. You start with, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. There are certain premises which are like axioms that are non-negotiable, and we build from there. What does God want us to do with this universe? What is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe?
How's your day going?
Goes into Jewish thought, and we're very good at that. That's why we have such
Are you ready to play?
Deep legal tradition, because we explore the
Doug, I had a conversation with Reiser
implication
about you, and I said that you were impassioned when I spoke to you recently about neurodivergency, and I think that's really cool. I did want to say, if you wanted help, you may not want help, but if you want help writing your stand-up minute, I'd be willing to help you.
I don't need help.
Okay, I respect that. Are you ready to get your ass kicked? Are you ready to get your ass kicked?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all that's really what I want to do.
Oh, fuck. That's Monday night. Rabbi, yeah, I'm happy.
All right, cool. Am I sending it to Zoot 1 or Zoot 11?
Good one.
That's a good shot.
Right.
Almost.
Oh, fuck.
How's your girl Bonnie Blue doing?
10.
Dude, she fell back to 10?
No, she's 5. Sorry. Oh, fuck. I think Willie Phillips is going to take over Bonnie Blue.
Why do you feel that way?
She's putting in more effort.
Are you sure about that?
What was the last thing Bonnie Blue did?
She was on Andrew Tate show or whatever.
Yeah, Andrew Tate. Like, here's the thing. They did the biggest publicity stunt now, and they could think of. It's like, now, where do you go from here?
Did she have sex with Andrew Tate?
No. Where do you go from here? Like, where do you go from here? From your career?
I don't know. She could have a podcast or be a talk show host.
Well, you could travel the world.
She's still young and has looks, so those are two things not everybody has.
I mean, she could do what the fucking Hannah Moore or whatever her name is when I saw it. Don't even ask me what I thought. I'm sure.
Why did you go to her live show?
I figured there'd be a lot of women there.
And were there?
There was more women than I've ever seen in my life at that show.
No way.
Like the women to man ratio, the women to man ratio, I'm not even joking, it was about 98% women to men.
That's amazing. And yet you didn't get any numbers?
I tried.
Hey, dude, you tried. That's good. What'd you do?
I talked to girls on the tram on the way there and the way back.
Were they going there as well?
Yep.
Oh, cool. And what'd they say?
I mean, I have to sit there. No, just how much fucking coke they sorted that night.
How much coke they sorted?
How much coke they were snorting before the show.
Oh. So these girls were cool as fuck.
And they asked me where to get like drugs and stuff, and I'm just like, I have no idea.
You didn't get any numbers though?
Fuck. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you ready to lose?
Yep.
You know this is like one of my worst holes.
They're all your worst holes, dude.
No, statistically this is like my worst hole.
Well,
Not my second worst hole. I'm in a better position than you.
yeah, you are.
I'll just go like this. Fuck!
It's so hard to make it through there. No way. That's a miss. 0% chance that goes through. Dude.
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Your you're 10 years older than me, and like a lot of things you grew up with during high school are like my whole like early childhood.
That's correct.
What are your early? What did I miss out on in your early childhood that I didn't have?
Sure. When there wasn't an internet, and
How old were you when the internet came out? 10 years old.
8 maybe.
8.
Yeah. And nobody trusted it.
Why did no one trust it?
Well, because you could only got your news from like at that time you only got your news from like newspapers or the television, and newspapers and television could tell that the internet was going to be competition for them. Good job, dude. And so they sensed that it was going to be competition. So in order to avoid the competition, they just told you that nobody was using it and it was just going to be a fad, and it was not a fad.
Aren't they doing the same thing with that with Bitcoin right now?
Yeah, 100%. And there's no retribution for them being wrong. Like they can say whatever they want. They can put down whatever they want, but there aren't any consequences. And I mean, I feel they should be able to say what they want, but they should also be held accountable for when they're wrong. So when they say something now, you should be able to pull up their article from even 30 years ago and be like, you guys didn't even trust the internet. Why should I trust you? So I remember the days of no internet, and it was much different. There were like hints at the internet, meaning they would talk about like maybe in the future colleges might be able to be connected, or you might like the big thing, fax machines were a thing. And so people talked about like fax machines being everywhere, and the cell phone was not really a thing. I mean, they had it in like Wall Street. They had it in Wall Street. What'd you say, Zoot?
I gotta turn my Wi-Fi on.
Well, turn your Wi-Fi on then, baby. They talked about like maybe you saw cell phones in the movies or you saw the internet in the movies, but that didn't mean that it was necessarily being used like that. Even if you had a cell phone, they didn't have cell phone towers. They didn't have cell phone towers in most of the United States.
Everything gets talked shit about if people start using it.
That's true.
I mean, they talk shit about Bitcoin pointing like before 2021 they were talking so much shit about Bitcoin and is that blind? The same fucking people that were talking shit were buying it. Even like JP Morgan, he was like saying, no one, if anyone in my workplace buys Bitcoin, they'll be fired. While JP Morgan was buying like shit ton of Bitcoin when it was going down.
You mean Jamie Dimon?
Sorry?
Do you mean Jamie Dimon?
Yeah.
Right. We didn't really have cell phones, but people had car phones. I remember my parents had car phones installed, and that was a big deal. Just being able to talk to people in the car.
Yeah, I meant to say Jamie Dornan, but yeah.
That's fine.
So, the owner of Debbie.
He doesn't own it. He's just the CEO.
Same thing.
Not the same thing.
How's it not the same thing?
He doesn't own it. He's an employee.
He has more rights than we do, though.
That's correct. But oh fuck.
That, okay, this is the debate. Do customers have more rights than employees?
Depends on the industry. Like a major government is a company of a defense contractor. They have a lot of say on what to do versus the employees of that company. But then again, like a McDonald's customer doesn't have that much say versus like a general manager of the business. Are you gonna accept the invitation, Zoot? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I mean, isn't the whole purpose of any business to serve the customers?
No, the purpose of any and all businesses is to make as absolute much money as possible.
I serve the customers.
Not necessarily. Like a company like Citibank used to do retail banking, which means like, or perhaps not even like, let's just take Chase, JP Morgan. They don't make money, or they don't make much money on their retail or their individual bank branches. They make money on corporate banks or corporate accounts, I should say. So they don't even have to pay attention to the little person.
I'll tell you something about how the school system in Australia works, right?
Tell me how the school system in Australia works, Zoot.
So, public schools can make more than private schools in Australia.
They can make more money?
Yes, and I'll tell you, I went to a public school. I went to one of the richest public schools in my state, maybe even the country. And what they did was fucking genius, right?
Right, what is it?
So, every year, we would have a school fair.
Okay.
The school fair would be like the school fair. All the money from the school fair would go back into the treasury of the school.
Okay.
And the school marketed themselves to be like the best, like, fair in the area. Like we got like known as like the best school fair, and like everyone started coming to our school fair, and the school made like millions over the course of like 15 years from all these school fairs, because every school fair just kept on getting better and better.
What is a school fair?
What is a school fair?
Right.
It's an event that's held on the weekend.
Okay, what do you do?
Like rides.
Oh, so
show bags.
I got you. So it's like a carnival.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's a fundraiser, and they just did enough on their fundraiser that they developed.
Yeah, over the course of 15 years, they made like millions.
I could see that.
You can't do that in public school either. Private school. You have to go to public school.
Why can't
public schools are what?
why can't private schools have school fairs?
Because they would have they like raised the fucking prices so much that it was unaffordable for most people. Because they make the private schools make money off the school fees anyway, so they're making like $9,000. It costs like $9,000 a year to go to those schools. So
Have you ever known anybody to wrestle an alligator or crocodile?
Australia,
Yeah.
not personally.
You don't have alligators, do you? You just have crocodiles?
What's the difference?
They're different animals. They have different snout shapes. They like grow differently. They're like they're both of the genus Crocodilia, or maybe not the genus, but the taxonomy of Crocodilia. But they're like crocodiles are a little bit bigger. They're meaner. Alligators are not as aggressive. Alligators have like C-shaped snouts. Crocodiles have like A-shaped snouts.
Um,
I don't think so. I think alligators are only in like Florida, but I'm gonna check that.
no, we have alligators.
All right, do you? I'm gonna read to you where they are. Alligators. Alligators are southeastern United States. Are the alligators in Australia? No, you just have crocodiles.
Crocodiles are fucking. I'm scared of crocodiles.
You should be. They kill people.
They're the most deadliest animals in the world.
That's incorrect.
One of the most.
That's correct.
What's the most deadly animal in the world?
Humans?
Humans?
Yeah, we kill each other more than any other animal. Followed by mosquitoes.
What's an animal that kills its own species?
Lions. Like a lion will mate with a lion will mate with a female lion or a bunch of them, but the female lion will maybe mate with a few others, and the male lion will kill any lion that didn't come from his lineage. Are you gonna go? I've sent you an invitation, dude.
Did you know that ants are known for killing each other?
I did not. Dude, did you know that I sent you an invitation? I'm gonna destroy you, son. Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Did you know that you've said that about 80 times in the last 2 days?
I want to make sure everybody knows. Did you know Audie didn't know that Ozzy Osbourne had died?
Oh, that's
Poor dog.
I swear, like, Rabbi, the only people that know that he is dead are you and him, and he's dead. I don't even think
That's funny.
he's dead.
That's funny. You've got 10 seconds. Are you going to finish?
How did he die?
Scuba diving accident?
I don't even think the scuba diving instructors know he's dead.
He died in Costa Rica.
The only people that know he died is the person who, like, took the paycheck from TMZ to say that he's dead.
That could be. Nobody else paid attention. Yo, are you going to accept the invitation? I sent you an invitation. Zoot, you've never beaten me in basketball. You've only tied me. That's a miss. That's a miss.
If you died right now, how long can you just, like, the stream go before it turns off?
Maybe like 12 hours or so. Dude, do you see how good I am?
Can you send me an invitation?
Do I just want an invitation to what?
Who's the most famous person who died from, like, live stream?
You mean on camera or on a live stream?
Live stream.
I don't know. It would have been maybe Donald Trump.
He really died.
What'd you say?
I mean, John F. Kennedy died on TV, right?
No, he did not.
His death was recorded there, right?
Yeah, by the Zapruder film. Dude. Dude. You're going to take the lead. You tied. All I have to do is make one shot. I dedicate the...
I'm not even playing.
Yeah, you are.
What game are we playing?
Basketball.
I'm not in basketball.
You just played, dude.
Are you sure that's me?
Oh, no, that's Riser. No way. Oh, wow. You're absolutely right.
What?
Dude, sometimes I get you guys
Is it
confused.
also?
He was online.
Is it Tony Ventura?
Yeah, he did. And I thought it was you. That's hilarious. And then you're like, not even playing right now. I'm like, yeah, you are. Hold on. Let me do it. He wants to play, but I'm going to play with both of you. Zoot, Riser. He joined. Now it's your turn to join. There he is. Zoot. Join, dude. Join. Zoot. 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 Zoot.
I'm joining. I'm joining.
Excellent, dog. You're up, Zoot. Go. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss.
Hello, Riser. Riser.
Are you sure that's Riser? It's not Riser.
That's right.
Dude, he just had a big round.
What the fuck? It's Mr. Clarity.
It is Mr. Aquarius.
What the fuck is Riser doing? Why didn't you do this?
No one knows. You're up, Zoot. Go get him, kid. Get it. Miss. Miss. There he is. How you living, pimp?
Good. I just figured secrets of basketball.
What's the secret to basketball?
What's that?
I can't tell you, but I'm pretty sure I cracked it.
Well, do you know that it moves, so it's hard to. You know that you're doing so shit right here.
He's doing well, dude.
You did so shit. 6 points.
That's still good. He had 9 the first round.
Yeah, no, I figured out the secrets, dude.
What's the secret?
Maybe Rabbi already knows it.
What's the secret?
I figured out the secret.
What's the secret?
I don't want to give it away, but I'll tell Zook privately.
No, tell us publicly right now.
I'm certainly not going to tell you, Rabbi.
What's the
Certainly
secret?
not going to do that.
What's the secret?
That's a guarantee.
What's the secret?
No, I'm not telling you.
Does it have to do with your flicking style?
Yeah. Obviously.
Are you gonna win?
I'm going to win, dude. I have the secret.
That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. A big make. That's a big make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. Wow.
It's an acceptable score.
That's good. You made a nice little comeback there.
You're going to need a big performance here. See it pick up. This might be my first lone victory.
It wouldn't be a lone victory. Zoot's here.
Oh, you almost got it. No, like solo, no ties, me only winning.
But Zoot's here, so you've never beaten me one-on-one.
Okay,
Did you know Zoot got a new account?
beat you that game.
Did you know Zoot got a new account? Zoot.
On Play-Doh
Yeah,
or Discord?
both. Rise or misses. Rise or misses. Rise or misses. Rise or makes. Rise or makes. Rise or makes. Rise or makes. Come on, Zoot.
So you changed your Discord picture.
One. Get it, Zoot. I want Zoot to do well. 2, 3, 4,
You did. It's a
5.
Scroto now.
You can't change your profile picture. You can't change your profile picture if you don't want your account.
No one knows what that means.
Means I have another account. My other account doesn't change the profile picture.
So you're using another Discord again?
Hello.
Yo, pimp.
So, right.
Yep.
Riser, do you want to know how you got that invitation?
I'm gonna ask you something. That's gonna open up a whole world of you never know, not think about.
What's that?
Do people with severe autism have more problems with coordination or communication?
Yeah, probably.
You didn't answer the question.
Just pick one. Just pick. The people with severe autism have problems with coordination or communication.
I mean, I don't know the answer, but based on what you said earlier, I believe so.
You're not answering the question. He's asking, do people with severe autism have more issues with A, communication, or B, coordination?
Oh. That's anybody's guess, really.
Get it, Zoot. Get it, Zoot. Zoot's got the lead.
I guess you haven't met anyone that's like severely autistic then.
No. I mean, I didn't really know about like the coordination thing. I thought it was just like mental stuff, not like physical coordination.
Because the fucking American Psychiatric Association has broadened the spectrum so much that they've added people into the coordination group when they actually have developmental coordination disorder and they don't actually have autism.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Because developmental coordination disorder doesn't get as much awareness as autism, so they put everyone in the autistic category. It's more profitable when they actually have developmental coordination disorder. Which overlaps with ADHD. About 50% of people with coordination issues also have concentration issues with ADHD, which makes a lot of sense because the more uncoordinated you are, the less likely you are to pay attention.
Riser, are you gonna fucking accept the invitation? Or are you just
I
gonna?
didn't know if there was an invitation.
Or are you just gonna J-or yourself?
I am gonna JR.
Zoot does not know what J-yoring is. I'll explain to him after he goes. He's talking about a very serious matter, and we're talking about absolute hoobagaloo, who, who, hullabaloo, and all right. So Zoot, whenever we're playing, and I'm like, hurry up, what are you doing? Jerking yourself off raw? I'm annoying people with how much I say that, which should be a clue to them that they need to calm down, Zoot. So instead of saying jerking yourself off raw, I'm just turning that into an acronym that's known as J-yoring, jerking yourself off raw. So if you ever hear me say, dude, you're just J-roaring, that just means you're jerking yourself off raw. Riser, did you know that Bonnie Blue's number 5 according to Zoot?
I saw Luke's comment in the Harry Potter chat, and he said, I love porn, just out of the blue. Because no one was even talking about that. That was his comment. And no one reacted. It was just there and loved it. Yeah. And it's like, just like a weird, a strange confession. So I'm going to confirm Zoot on that. What inspired you to write that post?
I met my girlfriend once up.
What girlfriend?
Okay.
Do you really love porn?
Have you ever tried to find love at a strip club?
Doug, hold on. You've been asked a question. Do you love porn?
I think it's a bad addiction.
Okay, that's not the question, though. The question was, do you love porn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many times a day do you look at porn, Zoot?
Half an hour a day.
Okay.
Of actual, like, people doing it? Or is it, like, softcore porn? Which is, like,
Dude.
models.
Zoot might win. Oh, dude. Riser with the big round. Too bad I'm going to destroy it right here.
Uh-oh. Miss. Oh, what the hell?
I just destroyed you both, sons. I want Zoot to win. Riser, do you want to know how you even got invited? I play with you so much that I just subconsciously sent you an invite instead of Zoot. And so we're playing, and I'm like, Zoot, you're going to win. And he's like, I'm not even playing. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm not even playing. I'm like, I just beat you. He's like, I'm not even playing. It took me like a second to realize I was playing against you. Are you gonna, Dog?
I hit accept.
That's what I like to hear. Get it, Zoot. Make it. Go, Zoot. Oh, this is the worst. Zoot's just J-Yorin. Zoot, why didn't you go? Zoot, can you hear me?
I meant its brain went to porn.
Sorry, I'm looking at something.
Zoot, are you more obsessed with pornography or cryptocurrency?
What?
It's a tie?
Yeah.
So, like, cryptocurrency is the Bonnie Blue of your life, and Lily Phillips is...
I've probably jerked up to a chart before.
No wonder you always try to chat with me. Dude, 15 points in a round? Riser. 10 points, that's good. I'm going to get 10 points right here. Zoot. I got 11 points, which is even better. I'm about to hit the record. Zoot, don't go anywhere. Zoot's going to go beat off.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm not even lying. That's about what I'm supposed to do.
Okay, Riser just got 13 points. He hit 32, which is his record.
Did you see that performance? 32. 30 fucking 2? Dog.
Are you proud of it?
I am proud. You better not fuck the shit up. No! No!
34, baby. That just beat you.
I've never gotten over 30.
What
So
you?
I'm improving by like an insane degree.
What's your secret?
But I'm not telling you my secret.
Why not?
Because you never told me your secret.
I show it to you. I'm live on camera. You can watch everything that I'm doing.
No, I can't see your finger movements closely enough.
Did you watch all kinds of secrets on Mancala? Mancala means to move. Did you know this? And Karam means rebound. Are you gonna go? Doug, you have an invitation.
No, I'm gonna make cookies right now. I'll be back in a little bit.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Hopefully it will be done jerking off by then.
Did you know that there are no alligators in Australia?
Only crocodiles.
Word, dog. Zoot did not. Zoot thought they had alligators, but that's untrue.
Cool. Nice.
Do you want to hear? Before you go, can I read you what people said about me in the last 24 hours? Please.
You must. You must.
This is from Soapy. Thanks for making me feel seen. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with screenshots. Next person wrote, I mean, seriously, just now. Thank goodness I haven't verified, so I can't access adult content either, eh? With a tongue out smiley face. Took a screenshot of what I did that says Rabbi fingers whores like bowling balls. Next one says, um, clearly that Rabbi is really someone who has way too much time on their hands and they're not just messing with us. Somebody who had taken a screenshot said he's here to a screenshot that they took of me saying Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person said, um, why would the Rabbi bot like that? The next person said, and if it's not, it's Rabbi Fingers hose accounts liking you and reposting my posts. Weird fetish if you ask me. A screenshot of what I did. Next person wrote, I like the idea of Rabbi being named Fingers. The next person wrote, that's two more times than anyone should be accosted by. Checks notes. A rabbi fingering whores like bowling balls. The next one wrote, my brain is trying to connect the first half of the name, Rabbi Fingers, with the second half, whores like bowling balls. And I'm fading fast. Do the whores belong to the rabbi's fingers? Or is the rabbi named Fingers? I'm not reading any of the follow-ups. The next person wrote, Rabbi what, with a screenshot of a basketball player holding a piece of paper. The next person wrote, now all this has been within the last 4 hours. The next person wrote, I could post something like, someone close to me died, and the fucking rabbi would probably repost it. The next person wrote, not sure where the horny rabbis are coming from, with screenshots, um, one of which is pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw, pudding bowl. Next person wrote, caught a sick follow today. I'm honored. And there was a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person wrote, excuse me, with a screenshot of Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. And then somebody else took a screenshot that said, and good night, everybody, with a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with the word pussy censored and my Discord link censored. The next person wrote, easily the most what the fuck did I just see spam account I've ever had the fortune of blocking circa 10 seconds ago. And it's a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. This is all within the last 5 hours. The next person wrote, these horny Rabbi bot accounts are among the weirdest bot accounts I've ever encountered in my life, dude. And takes a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, the rabbi cannot handle all these gestures vaguely, even if they tried. And then they're empathizing with somebody else, gets a bunch of spam that says you too. The next person wrote, freaky rabbi is back for more. That's crazy. And they took a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, it's always a Discord rabbi. What the fuck? The next person has a GIF of John Goodman's character Walter in The Big Lebowski saying, Shomer Shabbos, Rabbi bowling, what could be the connection? The next person wrote, Blue Sky needs to block this account and any accounts they make option because I'm tired of blocking that Rabbi drinks pussy juice account over and over again. LMAO, LMAO. Next person wrote, the rabbi bots keep getting more and more unhinged with their names. The next person wrote, getting really fucking tired of these bots, man, with a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, I have no idea about Rabbi Fing Dong, which is like somebody's nickname for me. Next person wrote, the rabbi strikes again, this time slightly less unhinged. I mean, still unhinged, but not as bad as we've seen previously. Next person wrote, What the fuck did I do to deserve this? I prefer the Rabbi because Elon Musk followed them or some Elon Musk like character. Next person wrote, Rabbi Ding Dong eats pussy like an egg custard. Next person wrote, this account rules, with a screenshot that says, breaking news, Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade commercial. That's all within the last 10 hours. Do you realize that's a lot of people tweeting about me?
I thought you were just going like beyond that amount of time. I thought that was like the last 4 days.
I know. Dude, you're totally right. Like, normally they don't tweet about me that much, but I keep putting more and more pressure on them. It's like more and more people are talking about me. You're exactly right. Normally it would take like a couple days for me to get that much attention, but so isn't that cool?
No, but you know what is cool?
I am.
Think that the highest form of a male pleasure a male can receive is the golden shower from a female, and largely overlooked in our society. Typically, golden showers sway into more male predominant roles, but I believe that getting a golden shower from a female is the highest form of pleasure a male can receive.
What in the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know what a golden shower is?
Oh, of course I know what a golden shower is. You mean to tell me though what
don't you get?
what brings pleasure by being pissed on by a chick?
What do you mean? It's the highest pleasure you can receive.
It doesn't necessarily stimulate you.
Oh, it sure does.
What do you mean? It's just like,
Pleasurable thing in the universe, dude.
is that your thing? Chicks golden shower and dudes?
Yeah, I just think it's kind of like a niche, but you know, I'm taking a stand and standing up
And
to
you
say that I think
hold on.
females need to get more golden showers.
You don't think that having, I don't know, 25 people comment about me in the last 10 hours is really cool?
I didn't say it's not as cool as the female getting a golden shower from a female. That's all I was saying.
Dog, you're saying, I get a lot of chicks who say they want to drink my piss.
Have you? Sorry, what did you say?
I get a lot of chicks who say they want to drink my piss.
On Blue Sky.
A lot of different places.
Like where?
YouTube.
In the real world?
What's happening in the real world?
People are lining up.
No, I mean, not currently, but it's happening in the real world. Just bitches who say they want to fill their mouths up with my piss and swallow it.
Like Bonnie Blue stuff that's you pussy out of.
Yeah, so let's talk about him for a second. I volunteered to help him with his stand-up comedy. And, well, first he came in and I was like, dude, I could tell that you were impassioned by neurodivergency, and that's cool. And I know that you want to do stand-up comedy on Monday or whatever, or like, I know you want to do stand-up comedy. I volunteer to help you if you want help writing jokes. And he's like, no, I'm just going to do it on my own. And he's like, shit, that's like on Monday. And I'm like, yeah. And he's just like, oh, wow, that's coming up soon. So he doesn't want help writing jokes, which is cool. I don't know what he's gonna do, but whatever. He seemed to be in a good mood today, and that's good. He seems extremely horny, which is his thing. Don't you think it's amazing? Back to me before we get back to your golden shower discussion. Don't you think it's amazing that all these people know who I am on Blue Sky?
Yeah, it's
I think
impressive.
I think so too. I'm starting to become like a meme, which is tight. And the thing about girls golden showering you mean to tell me if I had a girl right above you and she peed on you, that would bring you the highest pleasure you could achieve right now?
It's not up for debate. That is factual.
No, it's not. It is up for debate. It is up for debate.
No, it's not. It's confirmed.
No, it's not.
It has never been debunked, and it cannot be debunked. So
It's subjective. I think the highest form of what did you call it? Highest form of what? Pleasure would probably be a prostate massage, which is amazing because it makes you orgasm harder than anything else. It brings a lot more.
Yeah, but
it brings a
psychologically, it's not stimulating.
Yeah, it is, dude. And even still, a woman's female ejaculate on you is more stimulating than her pee.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just memeing here, but I just think it's a funny meme to be really obsessed with getting a golden shower.
What do you think about Rabbi drinking pussy juice like Gatorade?
Like, the more you spam, I hope you switch up those comments, because like the more people see it, it's just gonna get dull, and then they're gonna hate you or not care.
Word dog, I have a bunch of them already ready to go.
I hope one of them is Rabbi receives the highest form of pleasure, which is receiving golden showers from female.
That's too long, dude. It's got to be like 50 characters.
Or whatever. Rabbi enjoys
golden showers.
Golden shower from female.
That's too long. How about this one?
Characters.
Okay, if you want to get into that discussion, just one moment.
64, right?
No, because I have to have the link for the Discord in here. So it's got to be. I'm going to give it to you right now. Bear with me. This is going to be one of the most enjoyable. Okay, here we go. It's got to be. "43 characters. What about this one? What do you think of this one? Rabbi cream pies milks. Rabbi cream pies milks like Little Debbie. Little Debbie?
No one's ever heard of that.
You've never heard of Little Debbie, the company?
No. Is that like some food company?
Yeah, they like make something called cream pies. I think they actually have something just called they call them oatmeal cream pies by Little Debbie. What are your feelings on What are your feelings on oatmeal cream pies?
Never tried one.
Why not?
We don't have that in Canada.
Let's look. Little Debbie cream pies, Canada. But there have been reports the brand has pulled out of Canada.
What did I tell you?
Yeah, dog.
You didn't believe me.
Little Debbie pulls out of Canada. No more oatmeal cream pies. That's just very sexual.
That's subjective.
All right. You want to hear another one? Rabbi cream pies milks like Krispy Kreme. The Rabbi gargles milk pussy juice. Blue Sky moderators masturbate to Rabbi. Rabbi eats pussy until lockjaw ensues. Rabbi fists milfs like boxing gloves. Ghislaine Maxwell masturbates to the Rabbi. Rabbi sucks milf titties like cow udders. Congratulate Rabbi on Pimp of the Year. Now, if you want longer ones, breaking news, Rabbi is the pussy-eating champion of the world. Rabbi licks pussy like ice cream cones. Rabbi treats pussy the way wood splitters treat logs.
What do you think of yurts?
Yurts, like the thing that Mongolians sleep in?
Yeah.
I think they're tight as fuck, dog.
Did you know that they maximize the surface area of a dwelling because of the circular shape?
I could see that. Would you want
They're
to?
also very resistant.
Would you want to sleep in a yurt?
Some people have. You can buy a yurt for like the cost varies. If you want like a cheap backyard tent version of a yurt, $200, all the way to like you can buy these prefabricated assembled thing, and then you like assemble them and live in like a full size yurt. And I watched a YouTube video of some person doing that. It was pretty big. It had like I think lighting can be an issue. I mean, it's not really an issue. You can get ones with like windows and stuff, but I feel like most of them are like dark and closed, which I would prefer open ones, but I've seen open ones where it's just like lots of glass, and I think it's cool.
Would you rather sleep in an igloo or a yurt?
Well, igloo is pretty similar to a yurt, only it's made of ice, pretty much, but they're both circular domes, and the igloo has like an entrance. But I'll take yurt still.
A lot of yurts have entrances.
They have like doors, but it's not like a carved out, like extended.
That's true. That's true. What are your thoughts on? Do you think people still live in igloos?
I was just gonna ask that. Google how many people actually live in igloos.
Oh, we're gonna look at it. Okay, take a guess. Globally. That's a good guess. I'm gonna go with 2001. Yo, dog. Almost nobody lives in igloos full time anymore. It's more of a temporary shelter used by Inuit hunters or for cultural demonstrations. Here's a quick breakdown. Igloos were traditionally used by the Inuit peoples, especially in parts of Canada, Greenland, and Alaska, as winter shelters, especially for hunting trips. Most Inuit today live in modern homes, like houses or prefabricated buildings in towns and villages. A very small number of people may temporarily build and sleep in igloos for cultural, teaching, tourism, or survival training reasons. There's no official population that permanently resides in igloos, so that's zero. We're talking a dozen at
We
most.
didn't say we didn't say permanently. We just said that like could be temporary again.
Yeah, I wanted permanent people. I want one guy out there who just doesn't give in, no matter how much they're like, come into this fucking house. He's just like, no, I'm gonna stay out here and I'm gonna freeze my dick off. I respect that man. Igloos are now symbolic or are now mostly symbolic or educational tools, kind of like teepees or longhouses. Important, but not everyday housing anymore. Do you think anybody lives in a teepee anymore?
Yeah, I think I don't know. I, there's people that live in yurts. I think there's still probably a few TP people out there.
Yo,
That one's easy to live in because it's not as freezing.
Yo, dog, almost nobody lives full time in a teepee anymore either, but there are a few exceptions. Here's a breakdown. Traditionally, teepees were used by the Plains indigenous tribes like the Lakota, Blackfoot, and Crow, perfect for nomadic life, easy to set up and take down. Today, most native people live in modern housing, not teepees. A small number of folks, both indigenous and non indigenous, might live in a teepee part time or off grid, especially in survivalist communities, nature retreats, spiritual or ceremonial settings. Some indigenous people still use teepees for ceremonies, powwows, or storytelling, but not usually as primary housing. So, like igloos, teepees are now mostly cultural, spiritual, or alternative living setups, but not regular home for more than a handful of people worldwide. Final answer, maybe a few dozen people max live in one at any given time, but it's rare and usually by choice or tradition, not necessity. Okay, how many people do you think live in yurts a year or currently?
Easily 50,000.
I think less. Yo, dog, yurts are still actually lived in a lot by people in Central Europe. Over 1 million people live in yurts full time.
Yeah.
Good on you, man. Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, and parts of Kazakhstan and China. In Mongolia alone, around 30 to 40% of the population, that's over 1 million people, live in yurts. They're modernized inside with electricity, satellite dishes, even Wi Fi. That's baller. I could live in one of those yurts. Yurts are ideal for nomadic herders, warm in the brutal winters, cool in the summer, and portable. In the U.S., some people live in yurts off grid and eco communities or as part of a minimalist movement, but there's total of less than a few thousand. And anyway, at least 1 to 1.5 million people today live in yurts. That's tight. I don't know why I was thinking less, but I figured, well, if nobody lives in teepees anymore, nobody lives in igloos anymore, maybe a yurt is just a thing of the past. But no, that thing's still being used. All right. Do you think people live in? How do people in Africa? What do they live in?
They live in like small compounds, like mud walls and shit.
Like the tribal people?
Yeah, I think they're maybe they have their own version of like a DP yurt potentially, but
Okay, the most common thing is a hut. made from mud, clay, thatch, wood, grass, dung, or a mix. Circular or rectangular with conical or thatched roofs. Common in East, West, and Central Africa. Compounds. Often a group of huts within a fenced area where an extended family lives. Seen in Western African communities. May include granaries, cooking areas, and animal shelters. Rondavels. Circular stone or mud brick homes with a thatched roof. Popular in southern Africa among the Xhosa, Zulu, and Sotho peoples. Nomadic structures. For tribes like the Tuareg or Somali pastoralists, homes are portable, like tents made of hides, woven mats, or palm fronds. Modern and hybrid housing. Real talk, traditional homes aren't just primitive. Okay, cool. What do you think they live in like indigenous people in South America?
Uh, I don't know. It could be a tree house. Could be some makeshift tent.
Okay,
Could be like a hut.
so they have malokas, large community longhouses used by tribes of the Tikuna, Yanomami, and Huetoto, built from palm leaves, wood, bamboo, and with no nails, all natural materials. Houses up to 20 people, sometimes an entire extended family or clan, often used for sleeping ceremonies and shelter from rain. The Tambo Choza, Andes Highlands, small stone or adobe huts with thatch or grass roofs, used by the Quechua and Aymara peoples, built to withstand cold mountain weather, sometimes built into hillsides or terraced areas. The Shabono, large circular huts used by tribes like the Yanomami, made from palm leaves and wood, arranged in a ring with a shared open space in the middle. Great for social living and defense in dense forest areas. Pelophytros, over water, still houses built over rivers or swamps, used by groups like the Waro and the Orinoco Delta. Keeps homes safe from flooding, insects, and animals, built from wood, palm, and cane. Modernized traditional homes. Alright, yo dog, what is that group of indigenous people? They build like a house. It's not really a house. They just have like circular reed, like rectangles around in a circle, and everybody kind of just hangs out under their own rectangle and chills there. What is that kind of housing? Yo, dog, you're talking about communal ring style housing setup, and that might be the Yanomami or similar. Here's a breakdown. Shabono is a big circular communal structure used by the Yanomi people of the Amazon. That's Brazil and Venezuela. It's open in the center with individual family shelters like open air rectangles or compartments spaced around the ring. Each family gets their own section under the thatched roof where they sleep, cook, chill, or keep stuff. The middle area is for gatherings, rituals, kids playing, and everything social. It's made from palm leaves and wood and vines, usually built deep in the rainforest, and it's temporary since they move locations when the soil or hunting grounds are depleted. Visual vibe. It's like a giant donut hut with no interior walls, just a big shared roof and divided zones. Kind of like a natural apartment complex with no privacy, but all family. Dude, do you know those people? They have this thing like to be a man in their tribe. You have to stick your hand in a mitt of bullet ants. Have you seen this?
Um,
Yo, dog, tell me about the bullet ant mitt. So It's called the bullet ant mitten ritual. That wild pain ritual some indigenous people go through. Here's a breakdown. Practiced by the Suteri Maui people, an indigenous tribe in the Amazon rainforest. It's a coming of age ritual for boys
to become men, warriors, or respected adults in the tribe. What's a bullet ant? A giant ant from the Amazon, about 1 inch long, delivers the most painful insect sting on Earth. It's ranked number one on the Schmidt Sting Pain Index. Locals call it tokandira. The sting feels like being shot, hence bullet ant. How the ritual works. They weave gloves or mitts from leaves and stuff them with dozens of live bullet ants, facing inward, stingers pointed at your skin. The boy puts his hands into both mitts and has to keep them in there for around 10 minutes. The ants sting the entire time, but not just once, but repeatedly. He has to stay calm and stoic, no screaming, crying, or showing pain. He has to repeat the ritual up to 20 times over months or years to complete the rite or passage. The side effects are extreme pain, swelling, paralysis of the arms, hallucinations, and twitching muscles for days. The venom attacks the nervous system. It's not lethal, but it's intense. Why do they do it? To prove strength, courage, discipline, and readiness for manhood. It's about mental control, not just physical toughness. It takes a deep bond. It creates a deep bond with the culture, tradition, and tribe identity. Dude, they have this thing in Australia. Yo, dog, what's that one thing? There's like a plant in Australia that if it touches you, it makes you want to kill yourself. What is it? Yo, dog, you're talking about the gimpy plant. The gimpy plant,
Talking about Zeus Pomeranian.
aka the suicide plant. And yeah, it's really no joke. What is it? It's a stinging tree, part of the nettle family, but way more intense. Covered by tiny hollow silica hairs, like microscopic needles, they inject neurotoxic venom when touched. The sting causes excruciating pain, burning sensation that can spread to your armpits, groin, and lymph nodes, tingling, spasms, even hallucination. Pain that lasts for weeks to months, sometimes up to a year. People have described the pain so intense it makes them vomit, scream uncontrollably, or want to end their life, hence the nickname. Why is it so bad? The venom can keep firing pain signals over and over. Even touching the area weeks later, cold water, skating, etc., can reignite the pain. It's resistant to most
Did you
pain.
know that?
It's hold on. It's resistant to most pain medications. The hairs are so fine they can float in the air. Even brushing near the plant can trigger a reaction. Famous incidents. Soldiers, hikers, and scientists have all been stung. There's a story of a guy who accidentally wiped with this type of leaf. Let's just say he regretted everything. Horses and dogs that brush against it have literally died from shock. Moral of the story, if you're in the Aussie rainforest and see a fuzzy looking plant with heart shaped leaves, do not touch that thing. What were you gonna say?
I read this on Joe Rogan's podcast. Maybe you heard it as well. Before I say that, Ozzy Osbourne once snorted a line of ants that were like going up a bucket for some reason.
That's a type.
I think it was pretty cool. But yeah, Joe Rogan said that there's a place in Kenya, and it's like one tribe or whatever, and they produce like the most Olympic long distance runners athletes. And the reason that they produce the most long distance runners athletes from that one tribe is because when they're like the boy to like manhood initiation is that they circumcise them with like a dull blade and then like force them to like crawl through like glass shards or some shit. Basically, like some like really insanely intense torture, and then that like mental fortitude that they get from surviving that torture enables them to fight through the pain when they're running long distances.
Yo, dog, can you tell me about something that happened on Joe Rogan where there's a tribe that has people that have to do a self circumcision, and that like causes them to be able to have the fortitude to be able to run really long distances, and they're like very
I don't think
famous.
self-circumcision.
Well, maybe it's not self circumcision, but they're circumcised with a dull blade. So there's the Zosa Ulawuka initiation ritual. This traditional rite of passage among the Zosa and some Miguni boys. They are circumcised with a dull blade, left to heal in isolation, often without food or water, and expected to display remarkable stoicism and endurance. The focus is more on proving courage and becoming a man in the cultural sense, not an athletic performance. Then there are Kenyan running tribes, the Kalenjin, famous for world-class distance runners not because of circumcision, but due to high-altitude living, daily running habits, lean physiques, and strong cultural encouragement. Their initiation, which does not include circumcision, isn't credited to their incredible running abilities. Joe Rogan conversations, blah 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 blah. That's wild, dude. There's a
It said that there's some like documentary called Cut and Run, but I looked it up on the internet. And I think it's a podcast, but I believe I couldn't watch it or something. Like it wouldn't let me.
okay.
But supposedly it's out on the internet. It's called Cut.
What land animal, including humans, can run the longest distances, even if they have to take breaks? Like that's fine. What animals can run the longest distances? And give it to me in a chart.
Oh, they should have like the animal Olympics.
Okay, here we go. Humans can run the longest. We can run up to like 100 to 150 miles. Horses are 75 to 100 miles. Dogs are 100 miles per day. Camels are 60 to 70 miles per day. Wolves are 40 to 50 miles per day. African wild dogs are 30 to 50 miles per day. This is one of the theories why humans became like the alpha species of the world is not because we're strong or anything like that. It's because we can run longer than anybody else, so we could literally chase down our prey due to exhaustion. Pronghorn antelope 25 miles at a stretch. Elephants 20 miles per day. Honorable mention: cheetahs short bursts only 60 miles per hour, but only 20 to 30 seconds. Bears can move long distances, but not built for endurance training. Deer, good stamina over short and medium ranges, 10 to 15 miles. Why are humans number one? We sweat instead of pant like dogs, which means better cooling. Upright posture means less sun exposure. We store fat for energy and regulate pace mentally. Ancestors ran animals to death while persistence hunting in the heat of the day. Do you like that story?
Now that's an interesting theory that I've never heard before.
Well, now you've heard
I
it.
have a tough time believing that if it was like a competition between a wolf and a human, that the wolf is not going to be able to run further in a day than a human.
Like a Kenyan would be able to run. I mean, like an ultra marathoner can run more than a wolf.
Are you sure? I mean, are they saying that like the wolf does like regularly go like 40 kilometers a day, but that's just like trotting around from, not like mixing it out. Just like the average human goes like maybe 10 a day walking, maybe.
Yeah, but if you're like hungry and you're motivated, it says that a human can travel like 150 miles in a day.
Really? I mean, I guess.
Word dog. Like a dog, like a husky, like a sled dog, can make it 100 miles, but a human can make it 100 to 150 miles.
That's cool.
But wolves only do it 40 to 60 miles a day. And African wild dogs only the 30 to 50 miles per day.
So we can travel the furthest out of any species. That's really wild.
Exactly. And
obviously that's on land. In water we get
right. But you know, women can swim at longer distances than men. It's like one of the few sports where women are superior athletes than men.
Why is that?
They have more fat buildup, which makes them float better. They're more buoyant.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Has anybody ever swam around the world?
No.
What's the longest anybody has ever swam? Okay, Martin Strel. He did it 3,000 miles. He swam the entire Amazon River in 2007. Wow, that's fucking scary as shit.
Like you didn't get like this little like fish that swim up your dick and then like make piss blood and shit.
You mean piranha?
No, they're like little beach fishes things that will swim up your pee hole if you ever go pee in the Amazon River. At least that's what the Device documentary said.
Let's learn about this. What are the fish in the Amazon rainforest, Amazon River, that will swim up your urethra? Yo, dog, you're talking about the notorious creepy fish in the Amazon that can literally swim up your urethra. Here's the breakdown. They're called kangaroo, a tiny parasitic catfish, about 2 to 5 centimeters long, known for swimming into bodily orifices, especially the urethra, attracted by urine flow. The danger is high. Urban legend partly, but rare, but documented cases. What's the deal? Kangaroo fish are attracted to urea and ammonia in urine and can follow it into a water stream. They are slender, tiny and slender, making it possible for them to enter the urethra if someone pees in the water. Actual verified cases are extremely rare and often debated, but the fear is real. Myth versus reality. The story is famous and scary, but confirmed medically documented cases are very few. But I mean, it's confirmed. It's been done. Most incidents involve fishermen or locals, not tourists. Kangaroo usually parasitize gills of bigger fish, not humans. Safety tip. Avoid urinating directly into Amazon waters known for kangaroo presence if you want to be extra safe. That's baller, dog. Well, I didn't know somebody swam the entire Amazon River. That's fucking wild. Let's
Get a
has
kangaroo. That's crazy.
has anyone ever swam the entire distance of the Nile River? And if so, why not? Is it due to crocodiles?
Oh yeah, you're getting cropped out there.
Yo, dog, swimming the entire length of the Nile River, that's a wild idea, but here's the real talk on why it's never been done. Has anyone ever swum the whole Nile River? No verified record exists of anyone swimming the entire Nile. It's like 4,000 miles. The Nile is the longest river in the world, running through multiple countries with wildly varying conditions. Why not? The major obstacles are crocodiles. Nile crocodiles are large, aggressive, and very common. They pose a serious threat to anyone swimming. Hippos, another dangerous animal that aggressively defends territory. Water quality, pollution, parasites like schistosome schistosomiasis, and dangerous bacteria make the long swims risky. Currents and rapids. Sections with strong currents, rapids, and waterfalls, like Murchison Falls. Political instability. The Nile passes through countries with conflict zones and border controls. Logistical nightmares. Coordinating support boats, supplies, and safely across regions so many regions is almost impossible. Fun fact: some parts of the river have been swum in sections or for charity, but nobody's tackled the whole beast in one go. Yo, dog, can you tell me about the guy who swam the Amazon River in 2007 and what kind of ball of shit he saw?
I feel like anacondas in there that will fucking get you.
Yeah, and like they have a type of crocodile as well, but it's known as starts with a G. You're talking about Martin Strel. Yo, he swam the whole length of the Amazon River, about 3,000 miles over 66 days. He did it to raise awareness about clean water and environmental issues, plus to touch human limits. Not, it doesn't start with a G, it starts with a C. Caimans. Huge, scary reptiles that call the Amazon home. Ball of shit he saw and endured along the way. Piranhas, yes, those razor-toothed freaks constantly lurking in the water. Electric eels, crazy fish that can zap you with hundreds of volts. Anacondas, the giant snakes that sometimes swim near the riverbanks. Huge floating vegetation mats, making swimming extra tough like dodging jungle debris. Water pollution and garbage, witnessed firsthand the impact of human waste on the river. Unpredictable currents and rapids. The river isn't just chill, it can throw serious power at you. Heat, humidity, and bugs. Tropical jungle conditions that push endurance to the max. Support crew attacks. At one point, locals tried to rob or attack the team because they thought the swimmer was some type of witch or spirit. Crazy stats. He swam about 8 to 10 hours per day, covering 40 to 50 kilometers on average. Consumed thousands of calories daily to keep energy up. He dealt with infections and injuries but kept pushing through. Martin Strel's Amazon swim is legendary for mixing epic physical endurance with surviving a wild, dangerous jungle environment. Total baller move. Yo, dog, what's the longest a person has swam in the open ocean? Yo, dog, when it comes to the longest open ocean swims, here are the top insane feats. So they count Mountain Strel's as they count his, but that's like Amazon. Diana Nayad, she did Cuba to Florida, an open ocean without a cage. That's so fucking scary. So some lady did it, and then Sarah Thomas.
I mean, if you had like a spot or.
Yeah, but I would want a cage, dude. There are sharks and shit in that.
I'd be more scared of the Amazon River than.
Oh, totally. Amazon River is like fucking swimming through a zoo.
Yeah.
Sarah Thomas.
Oh man, imagine. I mean, did that guy wear like a wetsuit or something? Because like I couldn't imagine just having all those fish like scrape against my legs and body as I'm swimming.
Yo, dog, did Martin Strel, the guy who did the Amazon, did he have like a wetsuit or a cage or something? Because it would be freaky as fuck to have all that shit touched you in the water. Yo, dog, he didn't roll with a wetsuit or shark cage in his Amazon swim. He went raw and real, straight up in the water with just his swim trunks and some goggles. Here's the rundown of how he managed all the wildness without fancy gear. He did it. No wetsuit. The Amazon's warm water means no need for thermal protection, but that also means there's zero barrier from piranhas, electric eels, or parasites. No shark cage. The Amazon has no sharks like in the oceans, but it's packed with other dangerous critters like piranhas and caimans. Protective measures. He used Vaseline and other natural barriers to reduce parasite bites and infections. Support crew. They stayed close in boats, ready to fend off animals or pull him out if things got dicey. Mental toughness. Dude had insane focus to keep swimming through bugs, stings, and freaky encounters. So yeah, he was basically in the water with all that crazy wildlife. Total badass status.
It took him 66 days.
Word dog.
How much? Imagine doing that all for like clean drinking water and like just no one cares.
No one's ever heard of this motherfucker until we just said his name.
No one, yeah, literally no one knows. Okay.
Yo, dog. Who's more famous, Martin Strel or Malcolm Jamal Warner?
Well, obviously the dude on
Martin Strel. Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner, way bigger. Verdict. Malcolm Jamal Warner is way more famous. But interestingly, he died swimming.
it was even doing like, yeah, he didn't even have to spend 60 days with me.
Yo, dog, can you tell me, is there like a documentary on Martin Strel? Because that sounds like a baller feat, and I would love to see a documentary on that. Yo, dog, you're absolutely right. Martin Strel's Amazon swim was epic. It's called Big River Man. The doc follows Martin Strel as he attempts. I'm gonna fucking watch that today.
The Big River Man?
Yeah. It's on Amazon Prime. It's called Big River Man, 2009, and won the Excellence in Cinematography Award at the 2009 Sundance Film Festival.
When did he do the swim? Was it like
2007.
2000? Oh, okay. So they might have actually filmed it when they had cameras and stuff.
Right, they didn't just film it, they made a whole documentary. It's called Big River Man.
I can find the stream for it and we can go up.
Big River Man. Just be on YouTube. Somebody put that shit on YouTube. Dude, the movie poster for it is baller as fuck. Okay, it's like this big poster.
Joking out at Honda?
No, it just says there is a man who has swum 22,000 of the world's deadliest waterways. A man that laughs in the face of crocodiles, piranhas, and giant anacondas.
Caimans.
No, it says crocodiles.
Aren't they caimans though?
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were, but they're all caimans are crocodiles, are of the taxonomy of crocodiles, crocodilia. But it says crocodiles. Crocodiles sound so much scarier than caiman. But let's look this up. Yo, dog, are there crocodiles in the Amazon in addition to caimans? Crocodiles in the Amazon. No, there are no crocodiles in the Amazon. Instead, the Amazon is home to caimans, which are close relatives of crocodiles and belong to the alligator family. Oh, it's alligator family. Hold on. While the Amazon may have some species of crocodiles, such as the American or the Orinoco crocodile, they are not commonly found and not native to the region. Caimans are the dominant crocodilian species. So it is a crocodilian species. So I think because caimans are a crocodilian species, they just call them crocodiles. Because if you say caimans, people are like, what the fuck is that? But if you say crocodiles, people are like, holy fuck.
What is that minutia that you're talking about?
That's some big dick energy. All right, so the film was nominated for the Grand Jury Prize at the 2009 Sundance Film Festival and won the Excellence in Cinematography Award. Wouldn't you be pissed if you were like, dog, I swam the whole Amazon and I didn't even win the fucking award? Okay, reception. The film has been almost universally praised, achieving a score of 90% by Rotten Tomatoes, as well as a score of 67 from Metacritic, indicating generally favorable reviews. Critics praised the humor and the storytelling of the documentary, and many compared it to a Werner Herzog documentary. One negative review came from Anthony Quinn of Independent, who called the on-screen chronicle of the swim fuzzy and flaky. Fuck that guy. Like, dude, I would be tempted. I wouldn't do this, but I'd be tempted if I swam the whole Amazon and somebody was like, "Oh, your documentary is fuzzy and flaky." I would like knock on his door and want to slap him. All right.
Sniper rifle.
Here we go, dude. But the poster is beautiful. All right. Big
Imagine if you didn't ask if there was a documentary on
Big River Man.
it.
It's on.
That seems like a chirp because like there's some chirps where like you're just like, oh yeah, big man, oh yeah, like you're so tough, and so you could chuck it in like, oh yeah, big river man, you fucking swim 4,000 miles across the fucking Cayman River.
This is so funny. It's on YouTube, right? The first YouTube comment is, he lives in Arizona, USA in the summers. He picked me up in an Uber. No joke. This guy's an Uber driver. He swam the Amazon, which should be like, I don't know, they should just give you $1 million to do that. He had the DVD in his glove box. Thank you for posting this. I've been waiting to watch it all these years.
No way. That's hilarious. That would just blow your mind if you're an Uber passenger. And he whips out a DVD and you're like, what the fuck?
Right.
He's like, yeah, in the Sundance Film Festival, I lost to like the fucking gynecologist, fucking vagina plastic surgery, dude. It was bullshit.
Did you know that somebody wrote 14 minutes ago, glad you enjoyed my post, Mr. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade, with a screenshot. And then 31 minutes ago, somebody wrote, the rabbi supports femboys and hates Matrix. This spammer is kind of based. Is that not baller as fuck? While we learned about different tribes and igloos and swimming the Amazon, people were posting about me. Isn't that baller?
Amazing.
It's the beauty of the modern age. I'm kind of sad that nobody lives in igloos anymore. I want there to be like some crazy uncle. Somebody who's like, yeah, we've been living in houses for like 45 years, but my uncle refuses to come inside.
I mean, they live in them, it's just temporary. I mean, it could be for a variety of reasons, but probably it's just not a big deal.
How warm does it get inside of an igloo?
I think you can get a fire going.
Exactly.
But then I think wouldn't the smoke like kill you?
No, they have like a chimney that goes out of it. And I've seen, it's really cool. There's a thing that happens where you melt the inside and it becomes like super smooth because of the heat inside. Yo, dog, how warm does it get inside an
It's like
igloo?
burn on your head as you sleep.
And Doesn't the inside become really smooth because it melts some of the ice? And how do you create a fire inside an igloo? Yo, dog, here's a lowdown. How warm does it get inside an igloo? Even when it's like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius outside, the inside of an igloo can warm up to around 32 degrees Fahrenheit to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 0 Celsius to 15 Celsius. Just from body heat and maybe a little lamp or a small fire. So it's surprisingly comfy compared to the freezing cold outside. Does the inside get smooth from melting? Yeah, the inside walls do get a bit smooth or even slightly wet because the heat inside causes the snow blocks to melt a little, but then the moisture quickly refreezes, making the walls kind of hard and icy but still solid.
Are you there, Rabbi?
I am, but I'm reading. This actually helps the igloo stay structurally strong. How do you create fire inside an igloo? They don't usually build big open fires inside because smoke and oxygen are a problem in a tight snow space. Instead,
Hey, Rabbi.
dog, I'm reading right now. Can you not hear me?
Look, this is very important. Okay.
Not more important than what I'm reading. They might use it.
And you were going, I was like, because you were talking about world peace. How was those videos about world peace? I just want to know.
Dog, I'm reading right now. How do you create fire inside an igloo? They don't usually build big open fires because smoke and oxygen are a problem in a tight snow space. Instead, they might use a small oil lamp or steel oil lamp, which gives off light and a little heat without too much smoke. Sometimes a tiny, controlled fire is built on a stone slab to avoid melting the igloo too much, but ventilation holes are essential so smoke escapes and fresh air comes in. The main heat source is often body heat, lamps, and insulated clothing rather than big flames. So basically, igloos trap body heat and small heat sources to keep it warm, while their snow blocks act like natural insulation. That's wild. Okay, what's your question now?
Alright, look. So, I was in a VC yesterday at like 3 a.m., right? We were just talking and stuff about like world peace and like how you like,
Word.
I was kind of interested, right? I went to the social media. Why did you post all those videos for trying to create world peace?
I'm trying to get attention.
Attention by putting all those weird videos up?
I don't know what you're referencing.
What are you talking about? Because, like, it's in your bio. If I go into your TikTok
Weird
videos,
video.
not weird, you know?
What weird videos are?
Because if you go over to his bio, like, it is about him, it's gonna be very weird videos about him.
What are you talking about?
Very weird. Stop trying to act dumb, bro.
I don't know what you're talking about. I have tens of thousands of videos about myself.
I'm really interested in what you were trying to do.
I have tens of thousands of videos about myself. I don't know what you're referencing.
Alright, hold on. Let me... Because it's in your about you, alright?
On where? Blue Sky or Discord or where?
Like, in his Discord server, like, if you scroll all the way up, you go over to Captain of the Milk Ship. It's kind of a weird name, right? You scroll down and go to his bio. You can go to his TikTok videos. Most of his videos got taken down. But, like, there's still, like, one account that, like, remains.
Okay.
Most of your YouTube videos got banned as well.
That's correct.
Kind of interested about that.
Yeah, I get copyright strikes. I also get nailed for spam. It's just up to YouTube why they want to ban me.
Yeah, because I don't know why you would be posting those videos.
I haven't posted anything wrong.
Yes, you have.
I don't know what
Very
you're.
wrong.
I don't know what you're referencing.
Come on, man. Like, you should really know what I'm talking about, bro.
I have no idea what you're talking about, big dog.
Tell them what you're so concerned about.
What I'm so concerned about?
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of confused why, because like me and my friend yesterday was wondering why you went server Eco server, and I thought it would be fun to like check you out and just like interview you, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, I go over to your TikTok videos because I just want to see what you post about, right? That is just not what I want to see. Like really not what I want to see.
You got to reference it. You got to reference what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean.
Like I go over to your YouTube live stream, right? I see you in an underwear and shit.
Yeah.
Like mostly just like sleeping on the bed.
That's what
like it's like right there.
I'm allowed to sleep in my underwear. That's allowed. Hello? Anyway, I don't know. I have tens of thousands of videos. Some are more interesting to people than others. Anyway, it seems like they're able to keep the igloos warm by not necessarily fires, but by perhaps seal lamps, which is pretty cool, I guess.
They burn the blubber or whatever, or the fat oils, seals.
Word.
Yeah. Are you gonna watch this documentary in like 3 minutes or 2 minutes? I have it pulled up on YouTube.
All right, well, share your screen. Let's watch it.
Are you gonna watch it on your thing, or you want to watch my screen?
I'm going to watch it from you.
All right. Yeah. I have high hopes for this.
It sounds exciting.
Yeah, I love documentaries. Documentaries are my favorite genre.
Did.
But it's sometimes difficult to find good documentaries.
I like documentaries so much that it causes me not to like movies because I'm like, well, this didn't really happen.
I think that's just how my mind is oriented. Non-fiction is more. Yeah. Did you watch a lot of Mythbusters?
I did. I haven't seen them all. I kind of lost my confidence in Mythbusters because some of the stuff that I know is actually possible, or perhaps is not actually. Like some of the stuff I know is possible, they bust and they say is not possible, which I just don't think is right.
Like what?
Well, they say like they can prove the moon landing happened. Yet, how are they supposed to prove that it happened if all of their experiments take place on Earth? It's counterintuitive.
I mean, I didn't watch the episode, so I don't know what they. I didn't watch the moon landing episode, but what do you remember what they were testing?
Well, it's just like this. They test like I don't know, like the flag waving. It's like, how can you test this properly if you aren't testing it on the moon? By saying that this stuff could have occurred on the moon, but you're testing it on Earth, proves that it could have been manipulated on Earth. The way that you would test something like that is to go to the moon and to test it. If you're testing it on Earth, then by definition, the stuff could have been done on Earth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so
There's another one.
I mean, like the
There-
flag waving was pretty obvious.
Yeah, that whole thing's a joke. Here's the biggest one.
I think they're probably paid by NASA though, because they like use a lot of NASA facilities in their
Right.
videos, like hangars to test like the folding paper thing.
Exactly. Here's the biggest one. Do you know what the computing power of the Apollo program was?
Like 4 gigabytes.
Way less. 64 kilobytes.
For like the like onboard computer.
Everything. I'm talking everything. Houston, everything. It was so minute that that's just like
Oh yeah. What year was that? Like you were telling me the other day, and I'm like,
1960.
in order to load a website, in order to like download a LimeWire video, it would take like 3 years, right?
Exactly. 1969.
Right. And so that was way before that. So yeah, the computers were shit.
Dude, I'll just look it up in ChatGPT.
I mean, did they have airplanes? They had airplanes in '69. I'm imagining.
Yeah.
So I mean, they had the ability to fly around.
Airplanes are not transmitting live video.
Oh, were they live streaming it?
Literally on July 20th, 1969, on the stream or on the video, it says live from moon.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Do you think that would even be possible? How are they supposedly transmitting that video through like radio waves, which is like not video format?
Did we not have this
Or did
conversation?
they have? Maybe like a long time ago.
No, I've had it with Zoot.
I don't remember.
Zoot would ask me about it, and Zoot has become a giant advocate that we've never been past them. Do you know what the Van Allen radiation belts are?
I do, but I also saw something on YouTube that said it's not actually, it doesn't kill you instantly going through the Van Allen belts. Like, yeah, it's not great for you, but like assuming that you're transitioning through it, like within like a day, it's not gonna like radiate you like Fukushima.
Then why did it kill the Soviet animals that they sent out to test it? Laika, the dog, died because of the radiation.
I mean, it goes through, depending on the time that they go, it's more, it has more radiation than other times. That could be a reason.
That's incorrect, though. That's not true.
No, it is. No, that's correct. You can ask ChatGPT if the Van Allen belts have, like, it's.
I'm doing it
It
right now.
cycles. It's not always
No, it
the
doesn't.
same radiation.
No, it doesn't
Sometimes
cycle.
it's
No, it doesn't
faster
cycle.
than other times.
No, it doesn't cycle. It's generally always the same. Now, maybe slight variations due to the sun's. Oh, dude. So we haven't watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon.
No,
Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm lovely. I'm sorry I've missed you the past few nights. How have you been?
Good, very good.
Are you ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
Excellent. Hit it hard, girl. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
God willing.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
No, we've discussed the moon landing before. We've watched the documentary where none of the astronauts want to swear on the Bible. But we did not, quite sure we did not talk about how they would have transmitted the video back to Earth.
Okay. Let's just look it up. Yo, dog, how would the Apollo 11 missions transmit a live feed from the moon to Earth, considering the entire computing power of all of NASA at that time was only about like 64 kilobytes? Yo, dog, the Apollo 11 live feed from the moon was some serious old school engineering magic. No fancy GPUs or massive servers like today. Here's a lowdown. Limited onboard computing. The Apollo guidance computer on the lunar module had just about 64 kilobytes of memory and a super slow processor by today's standards. But it wasn't meant to handle video. It was mainly for navigation and controls. Video signal basics. The live video was not digital like we do now. It was an analog TV signal, basically an old school black and white video feed. The lunar camera captured the video, which was converted into a format suitable for transmission. Transmission hardware. The signal was sent from the lunar module's radio transmitter using a high-gain antenna directly at Earth. The antenna and transmission system were designed specifically to beam the analog signal over 384,000 kilometers, moon to Earth. Bullshit. Okay, fine. Earth receiving stations. On Earth, huge radio antennas like ones in Gladstone, California, and Parks, Australia, Goldstone, California, and Parks, Australia, received a weak signal. These stations amplified, converted, and related the video to mission control. Real-time analog signal. Because it was an analog and not compressed digital video, it didn't require heavy onboard processing, just converting light to electrical signal and beaming it out. The computers back then weren't involved in video encoding. Okay, so it was an analog signal, not a digital signal, which I understand. Okay, so how about this? What is the total computing power of all of NASA in 1969? Yo, estimating it. So the IBM system. So I'm putting it all together. Hold on. Can you compare all of NASA's computing in 1969 to a Casio watch? Okay, NASA's computing about 10 million bits per second. So a Casio classic digital watch, that's old. How about just like an iPhone? Can you compare all of NASA's computing power of the whole thing, including the Apollo lander and all that, compared to an iPhone? Compared to just the first iPhone? Okay, so here we go. So NASA in 1969 had 5 megahertz. The first iPhone had 412 megahertz. So already the first iPhone is like 200 times faster than what they had in NASA. The instructions per second. NASA had 10 million. The first iPhone had 400 to 600 million. So that's again 40 to 60 times more. A modern iPhone has billions to tens of billions. So literally in my hand I have more than what they had in 1969, and they did those missions flawlessly and no one ever died. Yet when you look at SpaceX, which isn't even going into low Earth orbit or outside of low Earth orbit. They can't get that thing to land properly 50% of the time.
Really? They've been crashing it?
Yeah.
I didn't think. Where's the crash videos? I've only seen the success one.
Oh, there are a ton of them. Just type in YouTube SpaceX crashed.
Did it blow up things?
Yes, sometimes it explodes. Sometimes it just like goes sideways.
Didn't the spaceship allegedly like open up a parachute or something? Land in the ocean?
Which one?
Like how the Apollo people got back.
Yeah, that's what they did. But they were just in low Earth orbit, and then when they came back into orbit, they would be traveling at a very fast speed, and then they had a parachute that would automatically open at a certain altitude, and then it had like 3 different parachutes on it, and it would land in the ocean, and then they pick it up from the ocean.
Or ask GPT about the Van Allen belts.
Okay.
But
Yo,
they might
dog,
give you
are
a,
the Van Allen radiation belts generally consistent in how much energy they output, or do they sometimes fluctuate, being less powerful than other times? Yo, dog, great question. They are mostly stable. Now, if any of them fluctuate, it's the exterior belt, but the interior belt is mostly stable.
Alright. You ready to watch Big Riverman?
1000%, son.
I'll start it right now.
This has the potential to be the greatest documentary in the history of mankind, humankind, peoplekind.
I'm gonna pretend that I just got into an Uber and the guy handed me the DVD. And I just got home. I'm popping it in the Blu-ray player.
It said DVD though, so it might not have even been
I know.
released on Blu-ray.
Yeah, I know. I was just wanted to say Blu-ray.
I don't think I've ever seen anything on Blu-ray.
Me neither. I don't know what the hell it even does. Like, what's wrong with DVD? It's
Yeah.
a really unnecessary
Exactly.
innovation there.
I couldn't tell you the difference.
There's nothing wrong with, like, it's like a marketing.
Exactly. You could literally tell me, like, this is on Blu-ray, and I'd be like, I can't tell the difference between this and a DVD.
Yeah, there's no way, like, you pop in a Blu-ray and you're just like, oh my god, wow, what a difference. Whoa. It's like incredibly 8K. I don't know what their claim to fame even is. Like, what makes it actually better.
I agree. I'm always like, do I need like different eyes, or like a different TV or like screen or something? Like, I don't get it. Like maybe on a giant screen, like a movie theater, you might be able to see like a few more pixels, but
Okay, here's why Blu-ray is better. So it offers better picture and sound quality compared to DVDs, primarily due to its higher storage capacity and use of a blue laser, which allows more data to be stored on the disc, transmits sharper images. It says that DVDs here are limited to 480p and Blu-rays are 1080p. I thought
Yeah, I thought they were sharper than that.
I think they're gonna be written by DVDs are
Oh, this is baller. Light Show Pictures. I see it.
Of the foundational principles with which we were given. I'll tell you a true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every year in law.
No, that's a good point. Okay, so I don't want to get nailed for copyright infringement. So what I'm going to do is watch it on my phone, which allow me to watch it better. And I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch your stream, but I'm going to log into. There won't be any background noise. There won't be any background noise. Just one moment. I'm watching. Yes, sir. Wow. You would think he'd be ripped.
his neck to the head.
I see.
Hello, Mr. Weiser.
We're watching a documentary. Feel free to watch it. It just started. It's the story of a man who swam the whole Amazon River.
Some people say that he's like a stadium, and that's the That's actually kind of funny. He's actually going to swim the entire Amazon River. I don't think anything. It's an absolute Slovenia is one of the cleanest countries on earth. And we are swimming in pure waters like 1,000 years ago. But it was also quiet, and everyone was very depressed. We were always poor and lived in a tiny house from the government. So hard we would drink and shout and say goodbye, going away for a few days. When I asked him where he went, he would say, I just went to Italy to relax. God always says to the winner, you must be a friend of the winner. He knows how to. One of Martin's favorite winners is American ambassador to Slovenia. They like each other because Martin likes America, and they like America too. People think Martin is rich and powerful like them. It's really me and Martin are trying to save money for ants and swim. Sure, was about to buy. Okay, I think it. Thank you very much for the donation. Bye-bye. You see, they're all plants in the same field. Fancy house, get better. And yet, besides the full control of arguments to make them favorable to Slovenian laws, judgments, maybe that's actually
Yo, we're watching a documentary. It happens. What happened? Yeah. No, I'm watching. They're like putting Vaseline on him. It's fascinating. It happens. No, oh, I banned him already. Thank you, though. So he did wear a wetsuit, but like, that's not a big deal. We originally saw, and they said he didn't wear a wetsuit, but he does wear a wetsuit. Oh, totally. This guy's fascinating. He's like my favorite Slovenian in the entire world. What happened to the sound? You're good. I was just thinking that water looks disgusting. How could you forget the machete? So it's just like a guy who worked at Walmart who plays poker at night. It's his like lead navigator.
Hardly knows distress him for whatever reason, and like barely knows how to do that. And forgets to move the machete over the left job. Then it's like a this guy's job is to swim like 4,000 miles.
What'd you say? It's a great. It's a great question. I know. I don't understand why he isn't bathing in that. Disgusting.
So we had no contact. But 7 years later, I'm sort of seeing things
Baller. What were your thoughts, pimp? You fell asleep? You little bitch. This motherfucker swam the whole Amazon and you can't even stay awake for his fucking documentary? Then why aren't you responding to any of this pimp language I'm spouting at you, baby?
Because your mic was like making some really wonky sounds, so I had to turn it down.
Oh, well, go fuck yourself. GFY, baby. GFY. So let's talk about it. What are your thoughts on Martin Strel?
It seems like he was very similar to those African runners that got circumcised. Was there a lot of pain? And I was like his skate ball.
Yeah, like his dad's abuse caused him to do this incredible thing. Not just once, but like he did a bunch of different rivers. I'm surprised he isn't really in like incredible shape.
I mean, he's an alcoholic.
Yeah, but still, he like swam thousands of miles.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. How is he possibly that? But I just guessing that he drinks too much beer all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, there are a lot of alcoholics who are thin.
I mean, imagine how fat would he be if he didn't do the thing.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's very climactic, where when he at the end he does it all, and then they're just like, oh yeah, he gambled away all the money from sponsorships, and now he's just like drunk in a bed.
Yeah, that was pretty sad.
Totally sad, and then super sad as well that all of the media people who said that they were going to have him on their shows, none of them did.
Yeah, was it actually didn't finish his show?
Did you not just watch the fucking documentary?
I'm not gonna lie, I may have fell asleep for like 10 minutes.
Well, then those were important 10 minutes. He did it, dude. Yeah, he
He
swam.
was going crazy and he was going insane and he was going to all these villages, but he somehow made it.
Yeah, he still did it. It took.
So why did he think that to read his notes? I thought he was like disappointed or something. I didn't get it.
No, he started hallucinating like 40 days in or something, and then he started wanting to swim at night. And his doctor was like, "We're not gonna like if you swim at night, then you have to sign this that says that I'm not responsible." He said that they swam at night on the Danube and a barge almost killed them, but he wanted to do it anyway. On their entire boat, they only had one life uh, preserver, and they had one gun, and they were worried that pirates were going to attack them in the middle of the night. So he continued to swim until like day 66 when he made it to the mouth of the Amazon and he was celebrated. They had media there from 20 countries, and there were thousands of people that came to see him. But basically, once he made it on land, he was so exhausted that he was unable to um, read his note, and he like basically had to go into the hospital immediately, and they had to give him all kinds of oxygen and stuff. And then over the course of the next 5 months, he gambled away all the money, and he wasn't on any of those shows, even though they told him that he would be. Can you imagine just being randomly in Phoenix or in Arizona and that happened? I think that's crazy. All right, big dog.
Carrie Fox was like, okay, I ran across the world, so now I need to go to the hospital.
Exactly. I'll be right back. I have to pee. I've had to pee during like that movie. It was good though. I'm happy he did it. Good on him. Be right back. Do you think him being overweight helped him or hurt him? I think so too. Dude, what the fuck was up with that person who just randomly came in and was like, N-word, 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 N-word? I get people who do that. It happens a couple times a day, basically. Just like people who think that shit's funny. I find it very offensive and not cool. Word Mockingbird.
All right. So you ready to hear what people have said about me thus far in the last hour? Someone 1 minute ago said, "Phew, thought age verification was going to stop these." They took a screenshot. Next person said, "Also, how many sock puppet accounts does the have under all caps, Rabbi?" Next person wrote with a with a heart. Rabbi loves clitoral hood like hound dogs eat peanut butter. Next person wrote, Rabbi figures whores like bowling balls. Next person wrote, Rabbi drinks pussy juice like uh, Gatorade. This is all within the last 16 minutes. Then somebody wrote, third post overall, second post today. Rabbi likes femboys, drag queens, and hates Matrix. He's kind of based, I think. Uh, Next person wrote, third post so far. That was 18 minutes ago. Next post uh, wrote, Rabbi repost stuff like a centrist dad stalking a female comedian. I don't really get that, but that's cool. Next person wrote, glad you enjoyed my post. Mr. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Isn't this wonderful? Can't you tell the world coming together? I thought he was swimming the Amazon for clean water, not to like save the forest. That's true. That's true. I mean, it was really interesting. That's true too. I find it interesting that they didn't do too much research about wouldn't you think if you swam the whole Danube and then you swam the whole Mississippi and the whole Yangtze that you would like have the whole thing about sunscreen on your face like worked out? They make waterproof sunscreen. I'm in agreement with you, but maybe not in 2007. I mean, this is like 15 years ago. Um, Another question I have for ChatGPT: is it possible to swim like up the Mississippi, or would the current just take you? Like you basically aren't going to be a fast enough swimmer. Yo, dog, is it possible to swim up the Mississippi, or is it the current? Is the current too strong that like even the fastest swimmers in the world would just get pushed down? Yo, dog, trying to swim up the Mississippi is like trying to fight a treadmill made of dirty water, logs, and sometimes barges the size of football fields. Here's the breakdown. The current varies depending on the location, depth, and season. On average, it's about 1.2 miles per hour, but in flood season or narrow parts, it's about 3 to 5 miles per hour and more. Elite swimmers can swim freestyle at 4 to 5 miles per hour. Long distance pace is like 1.5 to 2.5. Real talk. Yes, it's technically possible to swim upstream in calm, wide, slow stretches, but most of the river, the current would overpower even Olympic swimmers, especially for any real distance. Martin Strel, the madman who swam the Amazon, swam part of the Mississippi too, but downstream. Ain't nobody out there going upstream for fun. Why did they say he swam part of the Mississippi? That motherfucker swam the whole thing. Would you have to? That was hilarious. I want to know how he had all these doctors available to him. Like, he had like a brain surgeon with him. Like, did he just tell the brain surgeon, like, yo, baby, I'm going to be doing this cray cray thing in a good way. Why don't you just come with me? And if anything goes wrong, just take care of me. They said that she was his biggest fan, aside. Well, they said she was his biggest fan. That could be. He ran into all kinds of issues that I wouldn't have even foreseen. I mean, I guess I would, but like uh, larva in his under his skin that caused like hallucinations. Poor dog, they went all into it. Didn't you see it? When you say you're a fan of something like William Montgomery or Martin Strell, are you really, or do you just say that because you think it sounds good in your head? Is he your favorite long distance swimmer? I agree. I've got to say that documentary was boring as fuck. It was. It was. I expected it to be like more exciting, but I don't know. I don't know why I was expecting it. Swimming isn't that exciting.
I thought there were a lot of good parts. Just it could have been. It didn't need to be an hour and a half. I feel like there's like so many scenes where it's just like really shitty like harmonica music for like an hour.
What was? I know what my favorite part was. What was your favorite part?
A lot of fun. The kid dancing around and that's the fact that he has like a lifetime membership for like that little water park. He goes there and has like a cave. I love when the sketchy boat they were showing her, like, yeah, we're in like a piece of shit boat and it's just like crashing through like the trees and like all the fucking guardrails on the boat are like all standing.
That was the best part, right there, where they're like it's like a ping pong ball, where they've got this like ship captain who is probably half in the bag anyway, and it's a big fucking river, and they're like hitting the side of it, and they're like, oh, that happens. Like, dude, we're not supposed to be like dragging this shitty boat against trees. And it seemed like that boat could have literally sunk at any time. They're even like, we were told that this was the worst boat in the world, and it was.
Yeah. I mean, they're so much. They had a nice deck with clothing. I don't know what it was on the inside. Like, why was it so terrible? It was old, but
I would have liked
old
to.
cities were living in a boat.
I would have liked to see more animals, um, like caiman and anaconda and piranha. It was basically just this dude in pain for an hour and a half. Well, the other thing is they. I feel like they took too long to start documenting him going into the Amazon. I was like looking at the timestamps, and it's like we're like almost 40 minutes into this thing, and he's just getting to Peru. And I understand that like he's
It was like half an hour. It was like half an hour.
okay. Well,
Like,
never.
1/3 of the movie was like the build up. I like the build up.
I get that. But yeah, it was. I'm not saying it was bad. It was just kind of boring and kind of sad at the end. And I mean, it's not sad. He did it. I'm just surprised that he wasn't more of like a hero. I mean, I guess he was to the people who saw him, but I don't know. When they were like, and he gambled away all the money, I was like, oh, that's sad. And that, like, his son, like, you would expect somebody who did that to never have to work again. Just, and this whole time I was thinking, like, now this motherfucker's an Uber driver in Arizona, which isn't bad. Um, I'm sure it's better than some aspects of Slovenia, but how does he use his lifetime membership at what was it called? Atlantis. Thank you. And then he got like a. They said like this weird thing, like Mazda gave him a car for life, and he can park wherever he wants.
No, that's just him doing that. Mazda definitely didn't say you could park this car wherever you want.
No. I get that.
Just self-love.
I get that. You could tell like the world was different in 2007, where I don't think you could get away with all that shit today. They would just be like, "Oh, you need to do testing," and I don't know. It was more relaxed. Like,
They will maybe switch your Amazon or hardware.
yeah, I feel like they wouldn't let you swim the Amazon today. Maybe the Amazon they would, but like, no, park wherever. Yeah, kind of that one too. I mean, I don't know how things are in Slovenia, but um, I don't know. Things are different. Like, it's just I don't really know. He, I don't know if he raised all that much awareness for the rainforest and everything. I guess. Um, One thing that's really fascinating.
We are I mean, they had all the right things. Like, he would have been famous if he got on television.
I'm in agreement with you. Well. Look who it is. How you living, pimp? Do you know who Martin Strel is? He's a Slovenian long-distance swimmer, one of the most elite endurance athletes, best known for swimming the entire length of various rivers. Strel holds successive Guinness World Records for swimming the Danube River, the Mississippi River, the Yangtze River, and the Amazon River. His motto is "Swimming for Peace, Friendship, and Clean Water." You don't know who that is?
You missed the tickler where they hand over. I mean, maybe you saw it, but no comment was like the houses that those people are living in along the river.
What did they say?
Indian tribe.
I saw him.
Yeah, well, now we know some people are still in the neighborhood. And it looks like some weird, like the roofs are pretty, they look like hairy roofs.
That's correct. Zoot, how many people do you think live in igloos in the world? We'll say igloos as their primary place that they live.
100,000.
Incorrect.
100,000?
Incorrect.
Tens of thousands? Tens of thousands?
Incorrect.
Under 10,000?
Correct. Guess how many under 10,000?
3,000?
Less than 3,000. Keep guessing.
800?
Less than 800 people.
Um, 300 people?
Less than 200 people. Keep guessing.
50?
Less than 50 people live in igloos. Keep guessing.
30?
Less than 30 people live in igloos currently. Keep guessing.
4?
Less than 4 people live in igloos. Keep guessing.
2?
Less than 2 people live in igloos currently. Keep guessing.
1?
Less than 1 person in the world lives in igloos as their primary source of housing. Keep guessing.
No one lives in an igloo.
It's 0. Nobody lives in igloos anymore.
Why did we play that game?
Because it was fun. It made you laugh. All right, Zoot, are you ready to play basketball?
So what you're saying is that if I went to the snow and lived in an igloo, I'd be the only person in the world living in an igloo.
That's correct.
Yeah, we can make a documentary about it. Be famous.
Iceman.
No, there is someone out there living in an igloo.
Incorrect. Not according to ChatGPT.
Yeah, that's ChatGPT.
Not according to Grok.
Well, what's an igloo? How do you define an igloo?
A shelter made of ice and or snow.
In the form of a dome.
Because I'm looking at like this luxury igloo right now.
Yeah, people do it for tourism, but not as their primary place of living.
Oh, okay. So there's someone sleeping in an igloo right now.
Yeah, probably, but just for like camping. Zoot, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died?
Like, I think you're the only person in the world, me, you, and Raza are the only people who want to know he's died.
I know. Are you ready for a basketball invitation, Zoot?
Yeah.
Rise, are you ready for a basketball? Rise. Okay.
I don't even think he knew he was gonna. He was dying. Like, I don't even think he knows he's dead.
Perhaps, dog. We're waiting on Riser. Riser's jerking himself off raw. Riser's J-Yard. I like your song, Zoot.
That's the background music.
If you can, if there are Raza. If you died tomorrow and you were told that you got into heaven, but you're allowed to come back. You got into heaven, but you're allowed to come back. But if you come back, you come back, you can never go to heaven. Would you come back?
Pretty awesome.
Yeah. You have everything you want. You're a god. You're like a god. You can do whatever you want. You have unlimited powers. You're a god. It's like going to sleep and you're in like an infinite lucid dream and you can have anything you want. Would you come back?
Is Malcolm Jamal Warner there?
Yes.
Ooh, it's tempting.
You can never come back.
Why would you want to come back?
Exactly.
Hanging out with Alfred Jones.
Don't hang out with the girls, though. And we can do cocaine, and the cocaine has no side effects because we're in heaven. We're already dead. Oh, there is money, but you just go infinite amount of it. Yes.
Zoot, if we gave you the opportunity, would you want to swim the Amazon River?
I don't want to swim at all.
Would you want to climb Mount, starts with a K, Kankakee or whatever? Mount, no, it's called Mount, the highest point in Australia. Hold on, it's called highest point, Mount Kosciuszko.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
If we gave you the opportunity to climb Mount Kosciuszko, you mean you wouldn't?
I mean, why would I climb that mountain?
Because afterward, both Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue would have sex with you.
Oh, they would both have sex with me if I didn't even climb the mountain. I don't think Bonnie Blue and Lily Phillips standards are that high.
That's true. They'd probably have sex with you for $2,000. So, who's your favorite male musician of all time?
Male musician of all time.
Your favorite male musician of all time?
Sam Cooke.
Sam Cooke?
Yep.
That's an amazing choice, dog. 11 is really good, Riser.
Favorite.
Alright, Sam Cooke's the singer. Sam Cooke.
Why do you like Sam Cooke, Zoot? It's a great choice. Do you know that Sam Cooke was murdered?
Yep.
He was murdered at a motel
I think Sam Cooke.
in Los Angeles.
I think Sam Cooke is one of the greatest singers of all time.
How did you get into Sam Cooke?
It was either sampled on a Jay-Z or a Kanye song. So who's that singing? No, I was like, what's that instrumental? And I looked it up and Sam Cooke. the song.
Riser, did you know that I'm beating you by 9?
I just thought $12.
How did you lose $12?
On a lottery ticket.
Dude, you remind me a lot of this guy named Martin Strell. After he swam the Amazon, he blew all the money on gambling.
Did he have a good time?
No, he blew it all within like 5 months.
How much did he make off Amazon?
0.
Yeah, how much did he make off Amazon before he blew it?
Well, no, he swam the Amazon, not make it. He didn't. He swam it. He didn't buy stock or anything. I don't know. He probably had like a few $100,000.
Okay.
He bought something called Fat Girl Investment Co. in 2007. It just wasn't the right time.
No. Yeah. Got it.
My question is, when are one of you going to beat me? Zoot, come on, big dog. 1. Riser, do you think you're going to beat 7? Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. 10. Notice the sun shines when I play. Get it, Zoot. Get it. That's 1. That's 2. That's another 2. That's another 1. That's a 1. That's a 2. Dude, he got 10 points. You might win, right, Zoot? Get it, Riser. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish. That's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1. It's not over.
Rabbi, you need to score 10.
Baby, don't you worry about me.
Just 12. Yeah, it's not a switch.
Dude, I got 11. What are your thoughts?
I think I'm going to get 13 here.
That's incorrect. That's a miss. That's a swish. That should have been a swish. It should have been a swish. You're right. All right, you got 5 points. Riser, are you going to be able to get him? Get it, dog. That's a miss. Oh, Zoot beat Riser.
Can we put Sam Cooke right now?
Can we play what?
Sam Cooke.
I would, but I get nailed for the copyright, so I'm not going to play it. Are you serious?
Rabbi won.
It's time for mini golf. I'm ready for you two to gang up on me. Riser, we're waiting on you. Riser, why are you J-yoring yourself?
Are you guys proud of your thoughts?
This he did.
Look how sick this shot is, people. Look how sick this shot is. Riser, you're covering your microphone, son.
You definitely make it way too hard.
Riser, are you C-yoring? Are you J-yoring? Riser, are you J-yoring? Riser, are you J-yoring? Riser, are you J-yoring? Why did you quit, Zoot?
Sorry, I have a phone call to take. I'll be back.
Sounds like a bunch of J-yoring to me. What the fuck was that, Riser?
I tried to
Man, you are J-Yorn like a mofo. What are you typing out? A love letter to Zoot? My dog. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J-Yorn? Do you want to see how G's ride? From the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. You're up, Riser. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Do you know what STFU means? No. It means shut the fuck up. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? You're up, pimp. We'll play Moncala in a second. You're up, though. Accept the invitation. I don't know. I don't pay attention. I don't think it shows you.
You did the small one? Oh. You really did the small one? Why can't I surrender?
I'm waiting on you.
Well, let me resign from the game.
Dog, you have an invitation, son. I looked you directly in the eye, breathed hot air on your mouth, and slapped you on the face. Are you ready? Are you gonna go? Dude, I just do what the program does. Next time I will rig it so that you go first. Doug, you sound like you're underwater. This how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. I just want baby. You don't want to bang with me. All right, you go first this time. I'll rig it so that you go first. Player 2 goes first. You're up, pimp. Are you just gonna J-Yor? Everybody's waiting on you. You're just J-Yoring. What happened? You get to start again, just so you see how easy it is when you start first. Baby, you're up. Do you like Martin Strell? Dude, I already sent you an invite. Accept my invite, then I'll accept your invite.
You want to play Go?
That's an interesting game. I'll start to get into that.
Yeah, I was looking it up. Yep, I understand. They're both Americans.
I'm an expert. Have you ever seen the movie, the documentary AlphaGo?
That's AI.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
You actually know how to play Go.
What'd you say?
You don't know how to play Go.
I've played it.
Playing it out.
I think I'm better than the computer at it.
This game sucks. Dog, I've got some shit to do. I'll play Go, but I gotta say some prayers, and I gotta get some water. So I'm gonna need I'm gonna need like 15 minutes. Can you give me 15 minutes? I appreciate it. Just one moment. I want to read you before I do all that. I want to read you what every.
One, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are studying, they're in law school and they're sitting usually at the back in their white shirts and, dark pants and things like that. And the professor, who's a fairly well-known professor, he does the survey class. At the end of the class, says, and before everyone is dismissed, I would like all of the young men from the rabbinical seminary to please come down and speak with me privately. So after all the other students file out and, the 20 or so guys from the yeshiva come down, apparently the professor says to them, says, listen, you leave me alone and I'll... So we have a very extensive legal tradition, but it's not per se philosophy the way the Greeks understand it. We have starting errors. Now, when you get to the modern era, which we're not going to get to today, you will find philosophers who like to start all over, who like to say, I'm going to tear down everything that existed before and try to build it up in a way that's somehow Jewish. But that's not our agenda for today. We're looking at what we might call philosophy in the medieval environment. And that's why I think that Chovos Halevavos is so unusual in our tradition, because it is really the first work that synthesizes the disparate material of internal spiritual ethical life in a single study. Let me explain what I mean. As I mentioned earlier, we have a deeply sophisticated legal tradition, which begins from verses in the Torah. It goes through amplifications in the rest of the Bible, and especially in the Mishnah, and then the Talmud discusses it. The rabbis discuss it in responsa, which form legal precedents. Later, this goes into the codes and so on, which are, by the way, just about now being prepared. In the 11th century, 12th century, you begin to say the early codes, like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking about, what's the tachlis? What's the bottom line? How am I supposed to behave given these conditions? But the idea of just, that's not the sole material in the religious tradition, of course. There are scattered here and there these gems of spiritual insight that may be collected in a few places, a little bit like Pirkei Avot. Every now and then you'll see a glimmer of like kind of the internal spiritual life, but it seems to be overwhelmed. Just like there are stars in the sky, but they are overwhelmed by the blackness of the expanse between those stars. What Chovot HaLevavot did was it said, wait a second, we should think systematically about our internal lives with the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our halachic lives. And that's what Chovot HaLevavot is all about. So I'm not going to talk about, how you shake the lulav or whether or not this chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should orient yourself to God, how you should focus your mind, how you should be disciplined with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's a deeply mystical and fascinating work, and it is completely path-breaking. It is totally new, and it starts a whole genre, which, depending on who you ask, would probably be best called Musar literature. The whole idea of personal development starts with Chovot HaLevavot, not earlier. My wife and my daughter had a little text argument. By the way, for those of you who use texting, I have to say it is the best way to have domestic disputes. Having an argument over a text is great because nobody interrupts you. You have enough time to express yourself properly. You can see the other person typing. I love it, So, not that I'm speaking theoretically, of course, because my wife and I only disagree about once every decade or so. But anyways, my daughter, who is a very dedicated Chabadnik here in Crown Heights, she shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp, and actually it was a family WhatsApp, and my wife wrote back and said, "Oh, that's a nice piece of Musar." And my daughter wrote back and said, "No, it's a nice piece of Hasidus," right? But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Chovot HaLevavot. It all starts with Rabbeinu Bachya, who first said, let's just think together about how we live spiritually as opposed to halakhically. We have to see a little bit about what's in there. Now, our task is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you an introduction to the contents of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn how to flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, of Chovot HaLevavot, with the gate metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those of Chovot HaLevavot, are named after gates. So one of the real, now obviously, I remember what I want to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, the Midrash. He is clearly well-versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well. Specifically, the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict and in Israel. And we look at God forbid, we don't want to look at them, but occasionally you see these things about ISIS and beheadings and just say, what do we have any common vocabulary with these people? Well, in Al-Andalus, we did. We shared and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate. Right. So the Forbidden Gate. Let's start and I'll show you the example. Or let's just jump to the example and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobel that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on Rabbeinu Bachya recently. So this is a 9th century, 100 years before Rabbeinu Bachya and the story is cited in 11th century hagiographies of Yahya ibn Mu'ad. It was said to Yahya ibn Mu'ad, "Tell me about God." Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry. And by the way, this word here, abotu, that's actually a technical Muslim term. And I just made that up. That's because it's a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you can get away with things like this. Tell me about God. What is he? So Yahya responded, he said, God is one. Right? That's definitely something that Jews can resonate with. What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? And he gives a strange answer, on the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Ornstein, which expands on this, but beyond our topic today. Now let's read from Rabbeinu Bachya, and I'll read it in Hebrew and translate. V'nishal k'tzatz ha'chachamim al haboire. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked. Already 100 years ago, there's scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, it probably is the Sufis. Anyways, the question that is asked about the creator, Mahu, what is he? Va'amar, the answer is Eloka Echad, one God. God is one. Amar lo HaShoel, so the questioner asked, Ve'echu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Echu, how is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amar lo Melech Gadol, a great king. It's a pretty straight translation. Amar lo Va'anahu, he said to him, where is he? Amar lo, here's the Hebrew term, B'tzipia. B'tzipia. So tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sopheh, right? Har Hatzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? Where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home. That's what you say. You don't say, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's non sequitur. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobel explains, you can't ask where God is. By asking that question, you misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't say in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Looking out for what? Looking out for us. Waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is. We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. It's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbeinu Bachya likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amar lo Ashol, so the questioner says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amar lo, so the wise one said, Shieltani b'milot ha'ela shmurot alamidot harui lo gavra, lo nivra, sorry, v'lo al boired. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that Rabbeinu Bachya would bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allowed for the communication of Muslims and Jews who were spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate, it's one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world, is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation of the Ibn Tibbon. There's no translation of the first chapter. The first chapter is left in the original 12th century version. And moreover, there's about a 30-page introduction, which is essentially a long series of warnings. Don't read this chapter. Don't read this chapter. This is what this rabbi said, don't read this chapter. This is what this other rabbi said, don't read this chapter. So what's so forbidden about it? And of course, especially with someone like my wife, if you say a chapter is forbidden, well, she's of course going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought, sorry for sharing this with you, but I'm in a good mood, I guess. We once bought a book on marital happiness. And thank God, my wife and I have been married almost 30 years now. We bought a book on marital happiness, and it was divided into two halves. The first half was a book for husbands, written by a husband, David Abramov, and the second half was a book for wives, written by his wife, Mrs. Abramov. What's her? Tehila Abramov, I think his name. And so we agreed that I would read the first section, and I read it diligently. We were just married a few years at the time, and I made little notes and stuff like that to myself. And then I gave her the book, and she read, and I figured she would read the women's section, and we talked about it. Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read all of the notes, and before reading her section, she had to, query me about, why did you write that? Why did you write this? Okay. Lost my train of thought. Okay, so why is it forbidden? The main reason it's forbidden is because, think about it, if the whole book is the duty of your heart of trying to understand your relationship to God, and we are working in a Platonic philosophical vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you would want to ask? Who is God? What is God? That's the first thing I want to have a relationship with God. Well, who is God? So the first chapter is all about who is God. And that's a very hard question to answer, even with the occasional Sufi thought. In fact, it descends into what scholars tend to call negative theology, because the only way you can effectively define God in a philosophical way is by nots. God is not limited. God is not born. God is not... if God is infinite, what else can you say about him? There is no positive attribute that you can add to God that does not intrinsically limit him from being other things. So the first chapter, which I have to say I read, I'm over 40 years old, I figured I could get away with it. I didn't understand it, but the first chapter is basically all about who is God. Now, the warnings are well placed. Rabbeinu Bachya asks a lot of philosophical questions that in many yeshivas are simply taboo. You can't ask these questions. Maybe not like in an Esha Torah kind of place, but if you are raised from childhood with a simple faith, emunah pshuta, in belief in a creator, then even opening up these kinds of questions can be very painful and difficult. Like you say, wow, I never thought of that. All of a sudden, you got 5 years of going off the derech, trying to figure out, you got to get back to Yiddishkeit. So it's a very difficult thing, and that's why most yeshivas actually leave this section alone. Similarly, the opening sections of Maimonides' Chazakah, the Mishnah Torah, the section on Yesodei Torah, the whole book, Guide for the Perplexed, all kinds of difficult philosophical books like these are kind of like adored and revered, but not studied, at least not formally. You got to study it privately with the rabbi who really knows, and so on. That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about. Now, I want to say one other cool thing about Sufism here that I really find fascinating. So, how is it possible that such a frum Sephardi Dayan, a Sephardi judge, could borrow from the Muslims and incorporate it into Yiddishkeit? And as I began to say a little earlier, it's all about that syncretic nature of Andalusian Jewry that was so special. If you think it's so unusual, however, I would like to say that maybe not. Maybe this is actually something about Jewish culture that we still enjoy today. We'll have more to say about this, God willing, about how it transitions to Christian Europe, but I would like to draw to your attention a popular song that you may have heard. In fact, if you walked outdoors anytime over the last 6 or 8 months, you probably heard Despacito. Very popular Latin song. The word Despacito, I will not sing it. It means, it's a very catchy tune. It's almost all in Spanish. And Despacito means slowly. And if you're not thinking about the Spanish and not listening to the words, then it sounds like a catchy sort of pop tune. But if you happen to watch the video, which I do not recommend, stay far away from this one, it's a Latin love song. It's totally inappropriate. It doesn't get anywhere close to appropriate. Despacito. Nevertheless, check out this video. David, we can leave it running, but I'm going to actually cut this out of the internet version. I'll put the link in because of copyright versions. If I put a video in a video, I get in trouble. So here is a Jewish take on Despacito, and let's pause to discuss it afterwards. Wow. You know, Mi ka'amcha Yisrael goy echad ba'aretz. You know, these Jews are so amazing. We take this schmutzig song, it's totally not okay, and we like the word Despacito, we like the tune, and then we just totally transvalue it. We eat the fruit and we throw away the peel. I just think for a second, 100 years from now, you may have, in the back of some library in the digital archive, someone might come across this Latin pop song that they sang in 2016. But then you go to a Jewish day school, and the kids will be singing the Hebrew version of it with these lyrics, and it'll be alive and fresh and moist. It'll have like real chiyus to it. This is what Jewish culture is all about. That because we live as a minority, because we live in a multilingual, multicultural environment, we're able to kind of like grab things that have value, transvalue them into a Jewish system, and ultimately, once it's digested, it becomes Jewish, like egg rolls. I haven't had supper yet. So that's what I'd like to think is happening with Rabbeinu Bachya using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great, deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound. And he says, you know what, I can take that. And he brings it into his work, and now it's become a Jewish classic. I don't know Muslim history well enough to wonder how many Muslims are actually studying those Sufi teachings. But if you go, for example, to the shul just down the street here, 2 blocks over, I happen to notice they have 30 copies of Chovas Levavos on the shelf. So Rabbeinu Bachya's work, it's still being alive and studied just 3 blocks away, across the street in the Baal Shem Tov library, everywhere. That is something about being the eternal people that is incomparable. Okay, so the foundation of it. So these are the gates that he describes in his work. There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the other. The idea is he describes kind of like a passage through each of these gates as you slowly climb to a higher madrega, higher level of self-awareness and of ethical perfection and of spiritual purity and oneness with God's purpose here. The first gate we've talked about, the forbidden gate, it's actually called the gate of unity, which is for Shar HaYichud, which is referring to the unity of God. Then next gate he gets to is called the gate of discernment. And this is also a fascinating Andalusian kind of thing. It's very much about science. He says, if you want to know God, what did God give us to know about God? God gave us this amazing universe that we live in. And he says, so you got to study the universe. You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the astrolab that was like the big invention of the day. It's like the iPhone of the day. He says, you have to know iPhones. They're great. What you can do with them. And he goes through the natural world, and you have to appreciate biology, and you have to appreciate all these various sciences, because that's how we come to know God, through our experience of the material universe. This is one of my favorite passages. He goes through, for example, human development. He talks about how amazing it is that children develop inside their mother's wombs, and they don't need to breathe, and they don't need to eat, and things like that. And he goes through how children grow. Let me just translate this one part. I actually pulled my wife aside to read this to her. Who, the child, who over mitkufat hayadut el tkufat hanarot, and then the child moves from the stage of childishness to being an adolescent. And his parents are not disgusted with him. And they don't get angry with him because he needs so much. And they don't get angry that he doesn't recognize how much they've sacrificed for him. You have a feeling that he probably wrote this when he was the parent of teenagers. And the fact that they give him everything he needs, and the fact that they protect him from all harm. The fact is, the parents even worry about him more now that he's an adolescent. Until he becomes adult. Until he becomes an adult and learns to speak and comport himself properly like a human being. Right? So I'm sorry, I found that more funny than you did, I think. But the idea is that's one of the evolutionary stages. It's so amazing. God created this universe that parents don't throw out their teenagers. That's. Some people are nodding. Anyways, so that's in the gate of discernment. It's all about discerning the case of see what the universe has to offer and understand God's presence in it. Very powerful. The third gate, wow, this is called the gate. It's because someone's typing this and getting distracted by something. The gate of divine service, Avodas Elokim, which is all about, okay, so now you understand a little bit about God is. You see God in the universe. Well, get to work. It's all about now applying yourself and not just showing up in shul for minyan, but how to daven properly, how to put your soul into what you're doing. Wow. The fourth gate is perhaps the most studied of anything in the book. I went through it today. It was transformational, as always. The gate of trust, of bitachon, how to trust God. Very, very hard. If we had more time, there's one section I wanted to read to you. 7 ways in which a person learns to trust God, one after another. You have to trust in this way, and then you have to learn to trust in this way. And reading a chapter like that just gives you such a sense of wellness.
Is it too advanced for AlphaGo?
Yeah, I beat the robot.
How do you win? Why isn't there a timer? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Riser. 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 Riser.
Sorry, I don't know why the fuck it booted me out of the Discord call.
You good, pimp? Is there not a timer?
I don't see the timer.
I don't either. Why did you start off with 6.5 points?
this stupid Discord call. I don't know why.
Are you gonna go, Pimp? My turn. Can you hear me? Yo, pimp.
Join the 9x9. Nobody fucking 9x9 is actually right.
Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
got 42?
Because I'm a pimp, bitch, and I got 42.5. I'm sexy as fuck.
Why didn't I get a point? Why are my points going down for when I have? I should be getting points. That's like.
Dude, I just went from up 40 to back to 6? How does this game work? Dude, no one understands the scoring. This game sucks. Why did you quit the last game?
This is like a 30 by 30 grid.
And you were losing? And you were losing? But you do admit you were losing.
I don't think we've gotten a single piece of my.
I don't go for those. I'm too cool for that shit.
Man,
Literati time.
so you go like this, like
No, that one's different. That's word box. This is literati. Dude, you have a literati invitation. Are you excited?
You go first.
What do you want? You want to go first?
Go for it. No, you go first.
What up, Frosty? How you living, pimp?
How am I living? Liza is here and he's back in fashion.
Why aren't you talking to
Sometimes
Why aren't you talking to
What?
Frosty, Riser?
Liza is giving me the L.
Riser, what are you doing, dog?
Bro, I'm about ready to get out of my coffin and start doing shit.
There you go, pimp. What are you gonna do? Sling dick like it's going out of style, son?
The undead pimp. Have you heard the story about the undead pimp, Rabbi?
What's that?
Just kept getting so much pussy and then eventually his crotch turned into a black hole.
There you go, big dog.
Now he just gets whatever he can get out of the ladies. Rabbis are so based, dude. Like this teacher here, this guy, absolutely based and red pill, as per usual.
There you go, pimp. What's good in your neck of the woods, son?
Not much. Yeah, the rat problem. Rats getting into the balcony and shit. Rat got onto the rat trap, and then he scurried out of the balcony with the rat trap on him.
Ew.
Absolutely based rat, don't you think, Rizzo?
How big was the rat?
It's very big, about the size of my hand.
That's
But I
giant.
didn't see him. The maid saw him, and my mom did. But my mom didn't kill it there. We called the watchman, and by that time the rat disappeared. Just ran to the floor below. This rat shit is like out of control, but I need better like ceiling in my balcony to seal shit from rats. But we probably do something about it. I don't know, bro. It's like, I don't know, like you can have like a million flaws outside of yourself, but like if you're still living in your family, like from way back when, then you might as well kind of like, just off yourself. This feels that way to me.
Calm down with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, not exactly today's kind of families. It's just like, I don't know. Whatever happens, happens, I guess. It's just like, you know, like, starts to seep into your skin, to be honest. But years of abuse later, I'm also a dead person. So, like, whatever fame or shit or whatever money I could have, it's all out the window because I'm dead.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dog. You're fine.
Yeah. Uh, for example, right? Now, see, the thing is, right, if you start to convolute into the areas of your life where you have to start living very discriminately or, kind of like putting portions in and like start living a more simple life. Once you start to do that shit, like it takes on a whole new level in other parts of your life. And that's the problem basically. It's like you need a kind of mid ground where you can, yeah, I forget the door.
Sometimes I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Dude, you're doing pretty well.
a word.
Proper noun, son.
But like,
It's a proper noun, son. Well, go fuck yourself with that bullshit fakeness.
you played.
Because I'm a pimp. This word's for you, baby. Big time. Good job, man. Look at your comeback.
Back to back 30. This could be the one.
Nope.
Bill Clinton.
I am. Pardon me. Can't stop, won't stop. Riser, what happened?
I got fucking 4 eyes.
Are you proud of the way you just played? You played pretty well.
Okay.
33 minutes ago at bluesky.app. Can you please do something about the Rabbi Rothschild bots? It's really, really annoying to see them in my notifications with not safe for work names. Could you please look into the issue and stop letting this guy get unwanted attention? I think that's tight as fuck. I'll accept in just a second. Just one moment. Somebody said something about me in German, and I want to read it. All right. You sent me an invitation? Wacko? We're going to tie. Are you going to go?
You walk into a bar and find two ladies to talk.
Cool story, man.
And he fought those two ladies. And then he goes on to tell his friends about how he fought the two ladies. It's a good show. It makes sense. I don't know like how much it makes sense, but he's a good guy. Like he's doing whatever he's being told. I don't know, that's about it.
Oh, that is dirty, dog.
And it's
That's fucking brilliant.
hey, Rabbi, will you check out my new meme video?
When I have a moment.
Cool. So come on, start namak salo. Hey, Rabbi,
What
did
up?
you like Blade from the Blade movies?
To be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever seen him.
Uh,
I know Wesley Snipes is, of course.
Wesley Snipes was like your role model, right? Once upon a time.
He was what?
Was he like your role model once upon a time?
Of course.
Okay, I'm about to play my meme, the new meme video.
Well, I'm in the middle of a game, my friend. So I'll watch it when I can.
Alright, cool. I'll play it on my screen. I can play on my screen right now.
Okay, pimp. I'll watch it.
It's very short.
I'm watching it, big dog.
It's on my internet.
Did you make this?
That's it. That's it. Video.
I watched it. What was it? It was just like, yeah, boy, and then something about water. Guys, are you ready for some Mancala, baby?
We'll play that in a moment. Von Kala now. You're up, Riser. And everybody's waiting on you. Psych. This game sucks. You're up, son. We'll play in a second. You get to go first this time. Champion.
Start to capture the one they control.
Newfie. Newfie. Oh no.
This a G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. You don't wanna bang with me? Cause you know I got my gang with me. Listen to a buck with me. How'd you like that comeback, son?
Going to basketball. Are you going to accept the basketball?
Yeah, I'll play basketball. Okay, we'll do this first.
Why are you this?
Because you're so far away from your microphone, I couldn't hear what you were saying.
I wasn't ready to talk.
Dude, where should I hit the ball?
I don't like the team. I mean, I like this one, but I like the one where you can say
You don't like classic?
it just depends on like this one could be really
That was absolute garbage. Look at this shot.
Do you think the like LiDAR photos under the pyramids are real?
I haven't seen them, but I wouldn't doubt that they are. LiDAR's a thing.
Yeah, so like
No way. Newfie.
I wish there'd be like different like stadium style boring things.
I'm in agreement. Yo.
can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. You don't want to bang with me, cause you know I got my gang with me. Listen to a buck with me. That was baller as fuck, son. That was. Did you see how I did that? Where I split them? Dog. Get your archery shit out of here. It's time for basketball, son. It's time for basketball. You've never beaten me one on one, and you're not going to beat me now.
Yeah, but not all switches. Not all swishes. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. It's a swish. I don't think so, dog. What do you want me to do about it? That's a miss. To anybody watching, that's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish.
I believe I got like 32 that game.
Because I'm sexy. This game is over. You needed to hit that shot and that shot. You needed to hit that shot. You needed to hit that shot. And that you needed to hit that shot. You needed that one. Dog, I just looked you directly in the eye, breathed hot air on your face, and smacked you. That was good. I would take that. I would take that. That's good. I'd take that.
June 8th June 8th. Yeah, need to get a 9 or above. Maybe we need to take this up to 9.
Zach has been off the court for about 3 weeks now. So what's I said, Rabbi?
I don't know what you just said. What'd you say?
All the philosophers, intellectual types are all like within within age before they become like public intellectuals. So like they're doing like weird shit.
Okay.
So Zach is obsessed with cocaine.
Gotcha. I need to average 7.
But on the bright side, point blank range, sometimes people don't die, right? So you just go under your comas. That's
Riser, skee ball. No, it doesn't. Basketball again, son? Dude, I smoked you. Dog, I smoked you. Dog, I smoked you.
Rizzo to the woke intellectual gets owned by Rabbi based on radical right winger.
Cocaine sucks.
Rizzo,
I made them all right, Riser. I made them all right there.
I'm not even in the game. Where are you playing?
I'm playing against you. You're up. You're good. You got to swish.
You can't just start the game.
You sent the invitation.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, speedball. And I'm like, send me an invite. And you're like, I'll be at my turn.
Okay, then I'm going to send you one for skee ball.
I pronounce Keith Starmer as the forever leader of Britain, and I hope he storms on Nigel Farage and all of the opposing party.
And Monopoly. All right, Riser, are you ready for this? Riser, are you ready for this? Are you going to go? Riser, you're up. Skee ball. Dude, it's so delayed. It still hasn't shown you've shot yet. There you go. You got 90, dog. Yeah, it's delayed. Yes, I'm going. It's just delayed. You're done, son. I just looked you dead straight in the eye. I breathed hot air on your face, and I smacked you across the cheek. I didn't just slap you, I pimp slapped you. Dog, I just looked you dead in the eye. I breathed hot air on your face, and I just pimp slapped you across the mouth.
I came back at the end.
That was good, dude. Nice job losing.
That was my first time.
What do you want to play now, son? Blitz League. Riser, I'm going to play you in Blitz League. You have an invitation, dog. Dog, we need a new game. You have an invitation. Riser. Riser, you have an invitation. Come on, dog. What do you want to play?
What are your thoughts on Martin Sten? Did you know?
Some are hypocritical and just
What was hypocritical? Did you watch the William Montgomery show?
Oh yeah. No. In the beginning, he was eating the horse burger, right?
He loved that shit. He loved it.
I thought he said that. I thought it was like in Slovenia, yeah, we love to eat horse boogers. Like, really? They're eating fucking boogers out of the horse? And I was like, oh, they say burger like booger, or like good booger. And then they're like, yeah, I love horse boogers. And then he's like, one part in the film is like, yeah, all these big fast food corporations are chopping down the Amazon to make like their like soybean cattle farm thing so that we can all eat boogers. And I'm like, this guy is like literally part of the problem. Not like he's a vegetarian and shit. It's like fast food consumption here in society.
Did you know that Zoot liked Sam Cooke?
I don't think I know a single
Oh, dog. Okay, here's a quick update. In the last 52 minutes, Taylor Where is... Yo, dog. You hate when I read to you that much?
happy for you. Don't get me wrong. I'm very, very happy for you. And I hope that I do enjoy listening to the terrorism. That's all good.
Okay, you said nice things. I understand. Sometimes it's a little much.
Sometimes it's a little but don't get me wrong, the internet terrorism I fully support.
Thanks, baby. Do you think there's a chance I could go viral from it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you should try to be even more mean, the biggest piece of shit imaginable in your messages, and then they join, and they're like, why would you say such a I don't know if that's correct, but it is kind of like it is a fine line between being after like your humor online that pushing people too hard, pushing all their family like explode.
Yeah, I mean, what I try to do is be positive.
Yeah,
The worst thing that I might say to someone is I fucked your mom raw. But that to me is still positive. I, exactly. I don't want to put someone down though. I don't want to hurt people. I do make a lot of people laugh in all languages. And it's like um, the Grand Canyon had to start with just a drop of rain. And just enough drops eventually created a small stream. And that stream eventually started to cut through the limestone. And then eventually started a river. And then that river eventually became the Colorado River. And then cut all the way down to like bedrock. And my spamming are like raindrops. My spamming is like raindrops, I guess. Uh, is like rain. Each spam is like rain. Did you watch the William Montgomery show yesterday? No one can hear you. Dog. Why don't you want to play Blitz League? Dude, you're so difficult to hear. You what did you do with your mic? Why is it so much different?
I didn't do anything. It's the same thing.
Are you covering the hole?
No, I'm on my laptop.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
No, I always talk out this way.
Okay. Well, what would you like to play?
Looking on Discord for I like the fun thing on Discord. I don't know.
So I like it too, but what I don't like is
I have small in it. I have settlers of Catan.
what is that? Does it suck dick?
You can have a lot of. Well,
12 bullets to midnight. What is that? This activity is not currently available on this OS. I can't play that. Hold on though. Let me watch you. Or wait, can I join from here? Why would a Chromebook work? But 12 bullets to midnight. Authorized. This is how G's ride. Can you hear me? What do you do? Warning, low FPS. I don't know if I can play this game. This is how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. It's called I Can't Deny It by P.D. Pablo. I think it's I Can't Deny It by P.D. Pablo. Oh, it's not P.D. Pablo. It's by Nate Dogg. I knew that. It's called Can't Deny It by Nate Dogg. Oh, Fabulous. That's who I'm... No. It's Fabulous. Not P.D. Pablo. I knew that. It's Fabulous. I love that song. I'm sure you were. All right, so why don't you want to play Blitz League, dog? Wait, hold on. Don't be done for the whole day. Go do whatever you need to do, and then when you're bored, come in here, and I'll beat you at Carom. How does that sound? Excellent. Hold on. I heard about this. This was like in the Guinness World Record book when I was a kid. Let's look this up. It is... Yo, dog, what is that hotel that's made out of ice? It's like the Ice Hotel. Yo, dog, you're thinking of Ice Hotel in Sweden, the OG and most famous one. Here's a breakdown. It's the first in the world. Built in 1989, it's literally the first hotel made entirely of ice and snow. There's a version that melts every spring, rebuilt each winter, and also Ice Hotel 365, which is open year-round with solar-powered refrigeration. Artsy as fuck. Each room is a different art suite, designed by artists from all over the world. It's super cold inside, around 23 degrees Fahrenheit to 17 Fahrenheit, but they do give you warm sleeping bags and reindeer hides. Extras, they've got an ice bar, an ice chapel for weddings, and even northern lights if you're lucky. There are a few copycats like Hotel de Glace in Quebec, but the Swedish one is the OG ice baller. Did you know that there was an ice hotel in Quebec? Doug, you sound so far away. Do I know what Carnival is? That thing in Brazil? Oh, what do they do in Quebec? At your French what? Dude, no one can hear you. You sound 1,000 miles away. Can you hear me? There you go.
French immersion. I went to school with French immersion.
What's French immersion? What is French immersion? What is French immersion?
Half French school. Like half the day, you have to suffer through bullshit fucking French classes. Like science. You can learn that shit in French. But why not make it way harder for no reason?
Do you know French? Do you know
I've
French?
forgotten like all of it.
I've gotcha.
I quit. I quit in like grade 10. So I can't stand this anymore. I hate French.
Was
No reason to ever learn that.
was it a public school?
Yeah. I don't know why we all got suckered into being taught French. There's no reason for it. Like French, useless. Spanish is useful. Chinese is useful. Calilit. You pick is useful.
Did you know that Lil Kim and Biggie Smalls had a daughter?
I didn't know Will Kim was Mickey's wife.
Not wife, just side piece. Dude, if you want to see some crazy shit, put in Lil Kim before and after.
What, is the kid alive?
No, just put in Lil Kim before and after.
Good. Botox or something.
Do you see what happened to her? Lil Kim. Type in LIL space
Yeah,
Kim.
I see her. I see her face.
She was beautiful. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Maybe I just saw a bad picture of her. She doesn't look that bad. Who's your favorite female rapper? Pimp, who's your favorite female rapper?
I don't know. I don't really have a favorite.
Who's your favorite male rapper?
Oh wait, did you consider like singers, rappers, like
No.
RZA?
No.
RZA rapper?
How do you say RZA's name? Is it RZA?
My favorite female musician in general is that chick from Always, ALBBAYS.
Can she get it?
Out of that band, Lizo.
Very good.
Always, ALBBAYS.
No, I haven't.
She's just like a, like the type of crowd that shows up at those hipster indie concerts. It's quite cool. I've never been to one of them, but it seems cool. I mean, yeah, like sometimes you get a crowd of people very much like your music. So, like, if it's the free spirited type, then it's going to be like that kind of music. Like Suicide Boys, for example, they have like the run out crowd, you know.
Suicide with fans who just
Yeah, but also like the I don't know. I think they kind of get like born into it, and sometimes what happens is they're kind of yellow, and they get introduced to the shit too early on. So yeah, like they they kind of I don't blame like Gen Z people for like living like fuck you kind of lives, you know. Nothing wrong with that. I don't know how like people who are older like we tend to like not realize how old we are, and then all these like younger people and you're talking to them and they're just experiencing stuff for the first time, you know, and they probably never have uh, the use of experience, I guess, but that's what happens like when you just not suicide boys times, but in general. But yeah, like the run out crowd is like they're like fully into it. The all the drugs and everything, and meet their friends and shit. Like it's quality living. Rabbi, what was your childhood like? Was it good or bad, or was it like a mix of both?
Oh, I think everybody gets a mix of both, but it was definitely better than most people's.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know if, like, remember I was telling you, Rabbi, about people outside, like, random teenagers, like, in large groups, beginning to think about it, and then I start to realize, like, there's not much else to life other than making the best out of it. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know, like, people like you and me who are 30, 35, we're still kind of, like, uh, not experiencing the better benefits of money. It kind of gets to the core of you because like you live your whole life and you're like just not making money at all. It's the stupidest shit ever. And then you see like random people just yeah, I don't know. I think at least people should have some amount of luxury, even if they're apart from like season thing. But it's a problem about luxuries themselves. 'Cause you shouldn't have them, right, in the first place. You shouldn't have to have like that envy or whatever it is. But that's not the world we live in. That I know that much. Yeah, I'm just saying that like it's important to as in a Christian sense we take it over literally where you have to be poor and poor enough to uh, have like some amount of money used for only for um, only for your direct needs and whatever other proprietary and that's about it, nothing else. If you live like that, then yeah, you have some empathy towards poor people or whatever it is. But yeah, being zero broke and not having any money to live on is not funny at all. Like, yeah, some people like stay on the ride and then they just, some people fall out and then they get back on walking somewhere. Yeah. For me, I just rely on how niche my entire basis of operation is. You ever think about it, though, Rabbi? Like how like no one's gonna go back to the 90s or the early 2000s when there was actually nothing to think about anyway.
Yeah, I think about it, but can't live in the past. I understand that we've moved forward as a society.
Yeah.
But isn't it kind of weird that people growing up now are not going to have ever experienced that?
That's just how it is.
Do you think there are outcomes to that? Like, are they less prepared for what they see? No, I don't think they are less prepared. I think they just, they have some amount of upper hand, to be honest. But the other part of it is that they don't have, they don't have a lot of stuff to do with how, like, the wisdom of certain things and how you work your mental state and everything. And I wrote a piece on, I wrote an article on, I called it the twilight of the internet. So when a lot of us were playing RuneScape 3D for the first time, or RuneScape Classic even, and a lot of stuff back then was so, it was so new, like there was no such thing as actual gaming. And then, like, a lot of this shit, like, opened up, like, the internet just opened up to everything. And that's where we are now. I bet you had, like, a Walkman and, like, these random 90s things.
Yes, sir. Riser, are you ready for an invitation?
Riser's mic is a... Do you have any questions for me, Rabbi?
Yeah. What's life like slanging dick 24/7, 365 for you?
You know that point where it's Christmas time? I have a question.
Riser has a question for
Wait,
you.
let me answer. You know that point where it's Christmas time and you're alone at home and there's an opportunity to have some small amount of lean with like just a little bit of a joint. And then you look at your Christmas tree and you look outside and things have changed and there's stuff to dream in, places to dream in, people to see. And it's all like away from you and on the outside, but you can still feel it. You feel cozy at home. That's pretty much it for me.
I can imagine what something like that might be like. Riser has a question for you, Frosty. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, go ahead, Riser.
Have you ever swam in the Gandhi River?
Have I ever what?
That's not a river. You mean the Ganges?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you said Gandhi River.
Yeah, no. I'm Christian, so all that stuff is like not part of our tradition. There's no like Hindu Christian tradition, right? There's no Christian Hindu tradition because that would be kind of messed up, so we don't have that.
What's that dog festival?
So we have a couple of festivals. One is like the Holi festival, right? Which is also like water guns and water balloons and shit. So it's pretty cool. Apart from the color, it's also like water balloons. So like you can throw water balloons at people and shit randomly.
and your friends or whatever and have balloon fights because it's holy. And that's what we do as Christians, at least. And Hindus, they just do the color thing, right? So then there's a festival coming soon, which is the Mount Mary's festival. It's not. It's a feast, like a Christian feast where we go to the mount. They call it like it's like on a mountain hill, and lots of devotees they come there, and even people who are non-Christian they they pray and they attend the novenas, attend the masses, and sometimes you go outside and you can get snacks and sweets and whatnot. So yeah, around Christmas time we have like gymkhana stuff. Like you go there and you can buy Christmas sweets and stuff. It's all like family oriented. If you have a family or like your own family, then you can like take them to places and shit. So like uh, Bangalore Gymkhana is one of them. It's like a club. So go in there and then you can drink and do whatever the heck you want. So a bunch of stuff during Christmas time. Easter is mostly just mass and stuff. Where I go to my parish, my church. And so Easter, Christmas, Holi, there's Diwali, which is what we don't celebrate, but it gets noisy and rockets and firecrackers and shit like that. And then there's uh, yeah, that's about it. New Year's, that's about it. But isn't it kind of crazy, Rabbi, that we don't see like stuff like about, I don't know. It's not one of those things like we have very different traditions when it comes to some holidays. So if it's holy, when I was younger, we used to have like water balloon fights and shit like that. And after that happened, like no one does that anymore now. People just the Hindu festival, which involves the colors and everything. So yeah, they do the colors too. They do the colors and they do like throwing water balloons, having water balloon fights or water gun fights or whatever it is. So you get like drenched the whole day. You're drenched. You go home and wash off all the color and stuff from you. But as far as the western part of all this, like yeah, I don't know that would mostly just be going to clubs and stuff. But sometimes uh, yeah. Anyway, that's not part of this entire story. It's just that sometimes you gotta like, yeah, you gotta fend for yourself. So I try my best to do both, like, whatever it is I'm supposed to do, and also somehow work. But I didn't work out for very long. So in college, I did. But, I do remember doing my last exam in college. I studied my revised material like half an hour before the exam. So I had all my subject matter in my head, but I only revised it like half an hour before. Then I eventually passed college.
Well,
Yeah,
that's good.
it's like I don't like give advice to people because I don't know if I do give advice, it's mostly a religious type of advice because I don't live like normally. I don't. I've not had like no part of my life post like 2006, 2007 has been like anything normal at all. And it's been like that pretty much ever since. It's just like stuff. So those are the festivals anyway, Rabbi. Diwali, Holi, Easter, Christmas, bunch of other ones. Like Muslims have holidays, Hindus have holidays, Christians have holidays, Parsis have holidays. Everyone has different types of holidays. The main ones are Diwali, Holi, Easter, and Christmas, and New Year's, of course. That's about it. You probably have seen a lot of this holy stuff happening, right, Rabbi?
Dude, Hulk Hogan died.
Hulk Hogan died?
Yeah.
No, wasn't it? Ozzy Osbourne is what I.
No, Hulk Hogan just died. Wow.
Yeah, just saw it. Rest in peace, I guess.
That's wild.
Hulk Hogan was another Trump supporter.
Yeah, he was.
I used to be a big fan of Hulk Hogan when I was young.
I think
I used to obsess over Hulk Hogan. And one time I got a Hulk Hogan toy. Yeah, Hulk Hogan was like my hero childhood power dude or whatever. He was, I don't know why I was obsessed with Hulk Hogan. Sometimes when you're a kid, these like brand identities get stuck in your head. You notice that when you were younger, like a lot of like, these random celebrities and stuff become like these larger than life people in your mind.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan, good guy.
I don't know about that, but he was an American icon.
Yeah, he was American actually. Kind of have to be careful about, you know, like there are white supremacist thoughts on who kind of, you know, like they have good intentions as people. And to be honest, I don't know if like uh, any of those dudes on TV you might have seen like the new KKK or whatever, which is like a documentary on the new KKK, which has all these new youngins and like the older white supremacists and like dudes our age and stuff. And yeah, you start to realize that uh, whatever it is they're being portrayed as is not actually right. But then it's kind of obvious what happens when you have some Republicans and how that relates to white supremacy and Christian nationalism. Right? So it's not it's not one-sided because those same people who were white supremacists, if it wasn't for Trump, America might have been kind of different. You get it? Like a lot of this Christian nationalism stuff is preventing a lot of uh, a lot of other stuff from happening. I guess because whichever way they went with white power, it wouldn't go in the direction it's gone now. Because there's no actual white power violence, right? If you count school shootings as white supremacy shootings, I don't know if that counts for anything because those people are kind of like the same as serial killers, you know? So, so yeah, I think there are a small bunch of people. If you get the rednecks, the skinheads, the skinhead Nazis, those dudes are like beyond any power and like USA because they're not good for anything. But if you get the Confederate or the KKK, those dudes, yeah. It's just the problem. What happens is that you don't. They're forced to be a part of it. I guess they're forced to be a part of the sideshow thing. most of I have a lot of friends online on IRC who are white supremacists. Or sometimes they're just called racist. Some of them maybe from the KKK or what white supremacy do. Yeah, like on a whole, they make sense as community builders, right? Like Rabbi,
No, not right. I don't think that makes sense, and I don't like that.
yeah, possibly.
What's IRC?
Internet relay chat.
Oh yeah, you're into that. I forgot. How's that been?
It's alright. They come on every now and then. The other one is having conversation about something. The other one, someone brings up something random and people talk about it. It's pretty much it. But yeah, it got me through some tough times and uh,
Well, that's good.
for a while, like I wasn't, like you just get like the worst of people you meet on the internet on IRC. And sometimes when it comes to me, like I'm always like on the bottom when it comes to life in general. So back in 2014 or whatever, I was on IRC, but that was my only escape, kind of. But I didn't have any possible way to like escape my life back then. So yeah, I mean it's kind of weird, but yeah, you have more white supremacists who are completely atheists. Then you have the Christian nationalist white supremacists. So if you're Christian, you can't really be uh, um, in any ways like you know like you have to follow the Christian way, which does not involve distinguishing between races and stuff. But are there any Christian nationalist groups near you or around the place?
I'm sure there are. I don't hang out with them. I'm not Christian, and I don't abide by those types of beliefs.
Yeah. Well, they invent this whole deep state stuff, right? And no one really knows if the deep state exists or whatever. But it's it's starting to become kind of clear that the deep state was entwined with whatever else kind of conspiracy, and somehow all this stuff relates to itself, I guess.
What's on your agenda for today, Frosty?
It's 9:30 p.m.
All right.
I'll hit the bed in a bit.
What's on your agenda for this weekend?
I finished my work for the week already.
That's tight.
So I'm gonna I'll do some topic searching, learn some stuff online.
Have you ever written on Mortal Online 2?
I have, yes, but yeah, there's only so much you can obsess over all these things. Like you can't talk to anyone online if they have like a crippling addiction type thing for model online too. You can't have this. You can't be so addicted to a video game that you promise yourself more of it just so you can feed that addiction, right? and it becomes an addiction. Trust me, this stuff goes like on forever. People have to take it seriously. If people don't take it seriously, they're put in line and make you think that it's serious. And it is serious because for the most part, like you're dealing with people's time, I guess. And that's about it. It's like, you know,
Okay.
it's just a bunch of people who have no other way to spend their time, I guess. I don't think some people realize entirely that, you know, like sometimes it's not possible to have social meetings anymore. It's not possible to have a group of friends there anymore. All this kind of stuff post COVID. These dudes I meet on Twitch, they're pretty cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
And such a sense of calm and the sense that, you know, the universe is my friend because God protects me. Phenomenal classic work of Jewish thought. Gate of unity of purpose, subjugation, repentance, self-analysis, gate of separation, which is referring to the idea of like you don't have to have everything. You can like live a life that's a little bit more modest. And finally, the ultimate, the gate of the love of God, which is also where Maimonides ends his famous book on repentance, where it's all about learning to love God, which is much more than we can say in this brief time that we have here. The last part of the book is the only thing that we have in Rabbeinu Bachya's own words, because he wrote them in Hebrew. And this is a passage which is called the Rebuke, the Tochacha, very beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul in the first person. He speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to like focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the bakasha, in which it's after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God. He has a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, you know, he exhorts people to read the Tochacha and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity after having said a few cycles of Psalms and things like that, in order to develop spiritually to the next level. I personally, I've gone through Chovos Levels before, but I totally forgot it, and I don't know anybody who actually follows this regimen. I'm going to ask around some of my rabbi friends and see if they can enlighten me as to who actually keeps this practice, because it's a very beautiful one that I think will be wonderful to revive. It's printed in the rabbi's own words in Hebrew at the end of the book. So, moving to his legacy, here's the Feldheim edition. I hope this inspires some of you to perhaps pick up Chovos Levavos if you've not read it yet and make your way through it. Skip over the first chapter, you know, you don't need to go straight to the second chapter. But it is a work a phenomenal creativity, and it's quite unique in that it starts off this whole new genre in Jewish literature, focusing on self-analysis, self-development, spiritual growth that will really flourish in so many different ways. There are really 4 different schools of Musar that develop from the Chovos Levavos. Each is very different and catering to a different kind of personality. You have halachic Musar, which you see much more with Maimonides, for example, Kabbalistic Musar with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero. We can go on and on, but the idea is it all really comes back to Chovos Levavos. I feel extremely grateful for having the opportunity to discuss this tremendous book and this great figure with you. And I look forward to learning with you in 2 weeks. We're not meeting next week, as I remind you, and I hope you all have a fantastic week. Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Henry Abramson speaking. I am so delighted to be the historian leading the Douro River Cruise in 2018 as we will make our way along the Douro River from the shoreline in Portugal into Spain with kosher riverboat cruises. This promises to be an absolutely fantastic experience, both from a cultural level as well as an educational level, and the boat that we'll be traveling on. I don't even think we can use the word boat. It has to be like a ship or maybe a vessel or something like that. Looks like an absolutely amazing experience. Wow, I'm so thrilled with the idea of spending some time with the kind of bright, motivated, intelligent students that I'm used to here in Brooklyn and on the internet as we explore the unique features that allowed Sephardic Jewry to develop in such an unusual way. We'll be looking at the entire gamut of Sephardic Jewish history, all the way from the ancient settlements from the Roman period and before into the Visigothic era, and then looking at the golden age, of course, of Jews in Muslim Spain and Al-Andalus, and into the much more difficult period of the Inquisition, the expulsions, and so on. And I'm hoping we'll also spend a fair bit of time looking at the phenomenon of the crypto Jews, those Jews who chose to disguise their identity in order to maintain their existence in a very tenuous environment, and look at how they made a major impact, not only on the populations of the Iberian Peninsula, but also into Europe, the Middle East, and North America as well. And this is going to be an absolutely fantastic experience. I'm looking forward to participating with you. I hope you'll visit the website to learn more. There's so much information there about the specific locations of the boat will dock, the vessel will dock. And we're working on the educational program right now. We're going to try and make sure that we can take advantage of all of the architectural and archaeological and cultural spots that we'll be able to visit along the Douro River. Wow, this is going to be amazing. I'm so glad my wife, God willing, will be coming with us as well, and she will have a lot to offer, I'm sure. So I hope to see you on this trip. I'm really looking forward to it, and thank you very much for listening. Please enjoy this very beautiful video.
What do you want to tell me, Frosty?
Some people don't kind of touch the media and work here and other places. What comes with that is that you have people who will willingly.
We have a great topic tonight. We're going to talk about Abraham Zakuto, also known as Zakut or Zachut, a fascinating individual, and an early astronomer, and in many ways the last great Iberian Jewish scientist. And so much of our talk is going to talk about science in this period, the very unique role that Jews played in transmitting science to the Christian world in particular, and we'll have some reflections on what the decline of Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first of 3 lectures that's going to look at the expulsion.
I think so.
We're just going to touch on it briefly today as sort of in passing for Zahuto's life. Next week and the week after, we're really going to focus on the details of the expulsion. And I have to say, the more I study it, the more it amazes me at its cruelty and the inexorable quality of the unfolding of the expulsion that really seemed to the Jews of the time to be a split in time, something that divided the pre-expulsion and the post-expulsion time, much like we view the Holocaust today. But I'm going to set that aside. Most of our discussion on that topic will be next week. Let me start with the joke, and I will tell you that I have tried to tell this joke 4 times in public now. I've yet to succeed. I happen to think it's a hilarious joke, but I just can't quite get the timing right for other people. So you will be my 5th guinea pigs. Here's how it goes. It's situated in the town of Chelm. I started telling you the joke this last week, and then we got off topic. I told you a different joke. This is a joke I meant to tell you 2 weeks ago. It's situated in the town of Chelm. You'll recall that's like in Eastern Europe. It's sort of like the fictitious place of foolish Jews, and you'll remember the joke about the bread, and he drops the bread. That's how it goes. So this joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in Chelm, and he's one night he's going to this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there, kind of an old, worn-out horse, but he's not going to complain. And so he takes the horse and he's leading it outside of the barn. And as the horse is going out, the horse kicks and he knocks over some rakes and things like that, makes a big ruckus. And so the Jew living in the next door house, he opens up his door. He says, "What's going on? What's going on in there?" The thief manages to rush into the woods with the horse, but the Jew doesn't give up. He starts looking around. Going out to the glade of trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's out there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says, "Who's me? Who's me?" And so the horse thief comes out, and the farmer says to him, "Chaim? My horse, Chaim? What happened to you?" He says, Yes, I'm Chaim, your horse. I am Chaim, your horse. On the spot, he thinks very quickly. He says, it's a terrible thing, but in my previous life, I was not very honest, and I stole from people, and so as a punishment, I was reincarnated as a horse, and I was sent to work for honest Jews like you, and to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt has been
believe that we're here to help heal the world.
Equal, and now I've been transformed into a human being again.
Yeah.
And the farmer, credulous Chelmite that he is so amazed with this story. He says, "This is fantastic. I have to bring you inside. Meet the Rebbitzin. Come on in." He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. They ask him what it was like being a horse. He makes up a whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, "Listen, so you'll sleep over?" And he says, "No, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many amends that I need to make." So they say goodbye to him. He goes out into the forest and he unties the horse from a tree and takes him off. A couple of days later, the farmer decides that he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. Goes into the horse market, and he's looking at one horse, another horse, and all of a sudden he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. Goes up to him, he sees it's the same coloration, about the same posture, same height, checks its teeth, even checks the ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury, and he looks the horse in the eye and he says, "Chaim, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time?" Okay. Not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke right. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate your very polite audience. Okay, thank you to Mr. Sklar for our lecture for tonight. He's a live participant in the lectures, and it's great to have him here. He votes to continue these lectures, and I think we agree. One small bit of good and welfare. I'm kind of proud. This is my YouTube page, and this is a screenshot I took this morning. We just hit 10,000 subscribers, which is really kind of a nice number. I'm hoping YouTube will send me a little letter or put a little star on my name or something, but I don't know. There's actually 10,000 is my statistics indicate that about 75% of the people who watch these lectures have not subscribed. They just lurk on the outside. And that's great. So this number is actually quite a bit bigger, which is very exciting. And of course, the videos are also watched on Facebook and Twitter and places like that too. Okay. Another really important thing, this is a good and welfare announcement. Next Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, we're going to have a very special event right here in this room. We're going to have a live poetry reading by an exceptional individual, our very own Professor Yoshua November. He teaches composition here at the college, and he is an award-winning poet. We have spent a lot of time talking about poetry in the Andalusian period. We should actually hear a real poet speak. He has published 2 books, so we're reading from his newest book. He has published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary publications, and he is a finalist for the National Jewish Book Awards as well. We have a rare privilege to have him on our campus. And I think it's going to be a fantastic treat for all of us to hear him Tuesday night, not tomorrow, but next week, 7:30 to 8:30. He'll be reading his poetry. We will have refreshments. And he is, by the way, perhaps the #1 most popular professor on campus.
Was
so
a person?
We'll have a lot of students here as well. It's going to be a really
we
special
believe
evening.
that
I hope
it's
you'll be
like
able to
wind,
come. I know
breath,
it's a
or
Tuesday,
spirit,
but
not that
make
it's
it
a real
on Tuesday
person.
night next week. It will be fantastic. Okay.
It's like
jumping
like
ahead
the
to
breath
where
of
we
God.
left off. Okay, let's go straight to the material
So I
then.
guess it's like
Abraham Zacuto. So the name Zacuto, it's a Latinization of the Hebrew term zechut, which means merit, and it's variously transliterated. Zacuto is perhaps the most common of them. His years, as you can see, straddle the Hellenic expulsion of 1492 and the subsequent Portuguese expulsion of 1497, which is somewhat more complex, but in many ways even more cruel than the Spanish expulsion, and that we will push off a little bit until next week. His major activity was first as an astronomer, and he did some very important work with the astrolabe and with the Alphonsine tables, which helped much world navigators make their way around the globe, and was especially important to the Portuguese crown. He was a direct advisor to Vasco da Gama, who was one of the great explorers of the century. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese made their name as the greatest of the explorers of the era, largely because of men like Abraham Zacuto, who supported them with their scientific research. Towards the end of his life, however, he changed gears in a very dramatic fashion, and he ceased working almost completely on scientific matters and turned his mind to things Jewish, and he wrote a very important historical account of the world and of the Iberian period as well in his Sefer Yuchasin. So he kind of changed and became much more of a Jewishly motivated. In this sense, he's very much like the greatest of the Iberian masters that we've looked at. People like Maimonides and Yehuda Halevi, Shmuel HaNagid, who were able to excel in their secular activities and in their Jewish activities simultaneously. After perhaps the last we will study in 2 weeks is Don Isaac Abravanel. That's probably the last of the great Iberian Jews who were able to do these kinds of things, being both excellent in a non-Jewish pursuit as well as Jewish pursuit simultaneously. And in many ways, we haven't had anyone like that in 500 years. So it's a very, very unique period. Perhaps we will have some time to contemplate at the end of this course, or at the end of the semester, why is it, what were the conditions that made it so possible in the Iberian Peninsula and not elsewhere? This is his grandson, by the way. Perhaps it looks like the grandfather, we don't know, but his grandson was also quite a famous scientist, and as a result, we have his likeness. His activity was primarily in astronomy and astrology. If you'll recall what we spoke about in the lecture about Ibn Ezra, these two terms were kind of interchangeable at the time. Astronomy, of course, the study of the various planetary bodies and the understanding of their various orbits and paths and so on. And astrology, a little bit more of on the woo side of science, where you look at the impact of those planetary bodies on human life. Fading off into horoscopes and things like that. We did see with Ibn Ezra also a little bit earlier than this, but also very much kind of straddling the scientific and the, maybe we could say, superstition of approaching the stars, although there is a very hoary tradition of respecting the influence of the planetary bodies on human affairs throughout the Talmud and later. Ezra perhaps gave us the best sense of how you could rationally, bring these two beliefs. See the same thing happening with Abraham Zacuto. At this time, in one of the several articles where I wrote about science at the time, there was a particular noble person, I forget his name, but he had the cataract removed from his right eye, and it was done successfully by a Jewish doctor. And so he wrote to the Jewish doctor saying, that worked out fantastically well. I'd like to have the left cataract removed as well, please. I apologize, I should have remembered all the names, but I didn't think I would actually end up talking about it, but it came to my mind. Anyways, he said, let's do the left eye as well, and the Jewish doctor said, not so fast. The reason why the operation on your right eye went so well is because all of the stars were perfectly aligned for an operation that day. I do not calculate that the next auspicious day for a left eye operation will occur for another 12 years. I happen to have an opening, though. So he actually suggested he not have the operation because the stars not aligned. But you see in this example sort of like the uneasy coexistence of a pre-modern sensibility with much more advanced scientific techniques happening simultaneously. He studied at the University of Salamanca. He was born in 1452 in that region, and he actually taught astronomy there as well, working in their famed library. This is actually quite likely the actual room that he stood in as he spoke about astronomy and astrology to his students there. This is, again, one of those very special periods of time in which, in the pursuit of knowledge, the pure pursuit of knowledge, there was no or little distinction paid to the religious background of the person who was sharing that knowledge with students. It is a very bright but very fleeting moment in world history. We see so few elements of this throughout the last few centuries, but this is one of those brief periods when, because of his
we do have certain consequences of time when it comes to Shabbat and like our calendar. There's an idea of Tikkun Olam, which is repairing the world and having time and a moral responsibility. And then I guess like we have Messianic times where we're awaiting the Messianic era, basically the time of Mashiach.
Compilation of astronomical
the consequences,
teachings.
Though,
he viewed himself as a
individualized and
Maimonides,
can be forgiven during generally during
how the astronomy could be
Yom
calculated
Kippur,
and the planetary bodies could be tracked. Maimonides definitely did take a big step forward from the Talmud in terms of understanding things such as the appearance of the moon, the renewal of the moon, the calculation of the seasons. And this is, by the way, something which is essential to Judaism. It's one of those ironic things that one of the first Jewish publications that are ever put out, especially when a community moves to a new region, one of the first things they put out is this listing of all the Chinese restaurants, and then immediately after that, immediately after that, they put out a calendar. Calendars are crucial because we are bound to the calculation of the Passover holiday, Yom Kippur, all kinds of things like this. So this is a long pursuit of Jews, is understanding exactly how to determine the calendrical cycle of the year for ritual purposes. Let us recall, if you'll permit me just a slight kind of like footnote on this, the Jewish calendar is extremely complicated. The Christians follow basically a solar calendar, which is a little complicated because it doesn't work out to exactly 365 days a year. Hence, you have to have a leap year. There are actually more than one calendrical variations. Europe moved away from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which was losing a day every 10 years, I think it was, or every century. It was every century. Russia, by the way, only got on board with the Gregorian calendar in the 20th century. Yeah, so they actually have an 11-day gap where nothing happened in Russian history because they had to catch up. The Muslims follow a lunar calendar, which goes according to the 12 lunar months, but that means only 359 days a year. And so that means that the seasons are constantly shifting. If you go over a 10-year period, you'll see that holidays that were in the fall one year will be in the summer another year, and so on. The Jewish calendar basically follows a lunar pattern, just like the Muslims later adopted, but there are certain pegs in time that are mandated by Scripture. The holiday of Passover is called Chag HaAviv, the holiday of spring. So you cannot have Passover occur anytime except the spring. And in order to make that happen, we have a complicated 19-year cycle of leap months. That an entire month is added to make sure that Passover always falls out in the springtime. Hence, our fascination with the calendar goes back a long, long time, and we actually excelled in these kind of astronomical calculations. The bishop of Salamanca was so taken with Abraham Zacuto's works that he asked them to be translated. They were actually rendered into Castilian, which was like one of the local languages, Romance languages of the period, and also into Latin. And the bishop ordered that all of these Jewish writings should be stored permanently in the library of the cathedral. Rather impressive. The language stuff is also very interesting because this is a period of great linguistic flexibility and transition when the Jews had a tremendous advantage because they were historically quite, I was going to say the word polyglottish, but that doesn't sound very nice, does it? They were multilingual. Polyglottish sounds terrible. It sounds like something that's a condition. You have to go see a doctor. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling so polyglottish today. Okay, let us look to this subject of what exactly is science and take a little bit of a broader perspective on Sephardim and science. And here's one of the most interesting things that he did, by the way. He also engineered a massive technological revolution by taking the astrolabes, which up until this point were made out of wood, and he designed them out of copper, which not only made them far more durable.
Love having you here.
Actually have astrolabes from the 15th century as a result of his innovations, but they are also much more accurate because wood, of course, is subject to the vagaries of moisture and time and things like that. Just to remind you what the astrolabe was for, this is a remarkably important device that was incredibly popular in the 15th century. Everybody was writing about it, including even Ezra, who wrote a treatise on how to use these devices and so on. It's basically an instrument that can measure distances over long distances. Like if you what you do is you it has like moving arms, and you stick your eye on one spot and you line up the arm. But let's say you want to measure the height of a tall building or a mountain far away, you line up one arm with the top of that building, the way it looks into your naked eye, and you line up the a horizontal beam with the bottom of that mountain, and then when you've got it, it moves. When you've got it lined up properly, you can then simply take the measurement, place it on a scale, and calculate how tall that building is and how far away it is. You can do the same thing with planetary bodies, so you can measure how big the moon is, how far the moon is from other planets, all kinds of amazing things that were, impossible without this amazing little device. And it allowed for finally easy navigation of the seas without local landmarks, or to move away from shore for any distance, because you could keep your bearings with the stars. So making it into copper, later into bronze, was exceptionally important in terms of the durability of this device. And he was associated very closely with it, as were many Jews of the time. But what exactly is science? We've already talked about the way that astronomy and astrology kind of melded together. There's basically, at this time, we're still working with the medieval trivium and quadrivium, the definition of the classic ideas of what is the essence of scientific knowledge. The trivium, or three items, were grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. These are kind of like the basic humanities that you just had to know if you were going to be an educated person. It's ironic that of the three, we basically only study a little bit of the first one, and that primarily at the primary and secondary levels. How many people really know how to use a comma well? Not too many of our freshmen, I'll tell you that. Right? We really work them hard on the commas. And apostrophes, forget about it. Rhetoric, we only have one course in rhetoric. It is a required course, thank God, principles of public speaking. But this is a subject that people used to spend years and years studying how to speak effectively, how to argue effectively, and it's largely gone the wayside. And dialectics, which is basically logic, you only study this if you're going to go into math, or if you're going to go into philosophy, things like that, maybe into law. So we've really, the trivium has been watered down significantly. We also have, however, the quadrivium, which were four other cool things people should learn. Arithmetic, of course, mathematics. Music, which we have also basically lost. It's very rare for people to actually study music at a higher level. Third is geometry, which is related, of course, to arithmetic, but much more in the physical sciences. And then finally, astrology/astronomy, because these two things were not clearly defined from each other. You'll note that this is the period of time, I'm talking about 13th, 14th century, the Renaissance, when the idea of wisdom being too big for any one person to handle is just beginning to take hold. You still have what you call the Renaissance man, people like Da Vinci, Michelangelo, who are doing it all. But the idea that, maybe we should break this out, maybe we should specialize, because you're just not going to be able to find people who can manage all these things. To be a doctor, a magister, at this time, was someone who really could handle all world knowledge, basically. You could grasp it all. You have to divide into these sections, but this is going to be fading, and shortly thereafter we'll have our faculties of arts and science that will specialize in various things. One of the most important roles that Jews played was in bringing, as we saw in an earlier lecture when we talked about literature, bringing Greek wisdom through its Arabic translation into the Christian environment. It's Arabic into Latin, Greek into Arabic into Latin. And many of the figures who played a role in this transmission of Greek wisdom through Arabic transmission into the Christian environment were converts, such as this individual, Petrus Alphonsus, who is also known as Moshe Asfaradi, Moses the Sephardi, who was a Spanish Jew who moved to Europe, to Christian Europe, and converted to Christianity, and then made a career essentially out of translating what he remembered from when he grew up in Andalus, what he remembered of Arabic science for Christian readers. You can see in this piece of art here, he's having a debate with Moses himself. Moses, of course, is depicted as Jewish, This is a hat which the Jews were required to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. It's called the Judenhut, the Jewish hat. You can see it's related to the witch's hat and to the dunce cap, things like that, which because it's obviously a silly hat, makes people look absurd, that kind of thing. Petrus, on the other hand, although he's wearing a turban, which is meant to look kind of like Middle Eastern, sort of exotic, he still has a much more dignified bearing even than Moses. Moses here, these hand gestures, by the way, are really complicated in medieval art. They actually tell a whole story based on how the hands are depicted. Moses is trying to explain a complicated subject, and Petrus is making it very simple with the declarative finger in the air. This is like an aggressive gesture in medieval art. I'm telling you, buddy. It's like a strong kind of pointing gesture. In many homes, even to this day, of course, pointing is considered rude. My wife doesn't like when the kids point like that, too. Anyways, this is like, Petrus Alphonsus is like one of these many, many Jews who are not especially learned. He was not like the brightest kid in yeshiva, but he knew a lot because, the general level of literacy of Jews was quite high in multiple languages. He had a smattering of logic, a smattering of the sciences, and he made his way into Christian Europe, where people are still living on, with mud floors and sleeping with their animals in their barns to keep warm and things like that. And he knew so much that he was immediately a celebrity. When you have real people like Ibn Ezra come into the north and offer the same kind of information on a much more sophisticated level, then people like Petrus Alfonsi were out of a job. But there is nevertheless always a market for Jews who sort of jump over the wall and sell the secrets to the larger population. He was a little bit of a kind of a strange bird. Here is one of his drawings in which he attempted to unify the four-letter name of God, the Tetragrammaton, shown here in this representation, with the Christian Trinity, and he had like this whole kind of like pseudo-theology built around these ideas. That's just kind of a cool sort of picture. Anyways, Petrus Alphonsus proposed a 7-part division of science that looks like this. Dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, physics. Physics would basically be medicine. Music, astronomy, and then the 7th subject is unfortunately lost. Some have argued that he believed the 7th science was necromancy, meaning black magic, using the dead to achieve metaphysical aims or theurgic aims, philosophy, or perhaps grammar. All this to say that science at this time is producing some tremendous technological achievements. Astrolabe is one of those amazing things that suddenly allows people to, kind of iPhone their way out of the dial-up zone of history, but they're not exactly sure how to catalog it and how to manage it in a sophisticated way. That will come over the great scientific explosions that will occur in Europe. Now, as I've mentioned, the role that many of these Jewish scholars played, and Abraham Zaputo was prominent among them, was in bringing the wisdom that was originally belonging to the Greeks through Arabic and then Hebrew and into the Latin translation. You recall, since we're speaking in a Western environment here, we even have this term, the Middle Ages, and the reason why we use this kind of strange term, what is it the middle of? It is the middle of the golden age that is represented by the Periclean period, 500 years before the Common Era in Greece, when you have Socrates and Aristotle and Pythagoras and all these brilliant Greek thinkers. And then you have this, it does pretty well under the Romans, and then when Rome is sacked in the 5th century, it goes downhill really fast, and all of Europe is plunged into the Dark Ages. Then you have the Renaissance, 1,000 years later, where it begins to climb out of the Dark Ages. So that's very true for Christian Europe, where you have that kind of big gap in the middle, a big valley. And the Middle Ages is like between those two peaks. For the Muslim culture, however, you can't really say they have a Middle Ages, right? Islam starts in the 7th century. They spread tremendously fast over North Africa, the Middle East, into Spain. They have tremendous successes in culture, in literature, in sciences, and they eventually take the Greek wisdom and they do tremendous things with it. And so they've got kind of like an uphill climb. And then when they get to the 15th century and 16th century, that's when they start their decline. They don't catch up with the Industrial Revolution that explodes in Christian Europe. But they don't have a Middle Ages. And also, when you look at Jewish history, I mean, how do you put a Middle Ages into Jewish history? When the Christians were in the middle of theirs, we had Rashi, and we had Tosfos, and we had all these tremendous thinkers, Maimonides. How can you call that a middle of anything? That's up to deep in many ways for us. But nevertheless, the Christians were catching up when the Jews were bringing this wisdom to them in the Latin tongue. How is this done? Primarily through dual translations, in which you would typically have two figures, a Jew and a Christian, who would transmit this knowledge into a Latin text for Latin reading public. The Jew would know Arabic, sometimes Greek, and would know a Romance language, that would be a vernacular, and the Christian would know the vernacular and Latin. You also had some individuals who would know all three, but the majority of these translations were done by Jews in partnership with Christians. And they would do this orally, by the way. So basically, the Jew would be holding an Arabic text, and he would translate it into Catalan or Castilian or something like that, which was not in itself considered a suitable vehicle for scholarly transmission. It would be like translating it into Yiddish, and people would say, Yiddish, what kind of a language is that? We're not going to be able to publish anything in Yiddish. Of course, that turned out not to be true either, but it was considered a joual. It was considered like a koine, a street language, a jargon. And so the Jew would translate it into the local language, the Christian would understand it, and then would render it into Latin for a reading public. And there's a tremendous amount of this going on. All kinds of books are being published with these dual translations. The Jew, by the way, rarely got credit for it. Usually the translation is only written in the name of the Christian translator, but in the introductory essays, they would often at least thank the Jew who was involved in transferring it over into the Castilian. This changed to a certain degree in the 13th century with Alfonso X of Castile, who said, okay, enough of this. Why don't we just use the vernacular? And he ordered the production of many works in Castilian, which began the explosion of vernacular languages throughout Europe, really, including a few hundred years later, even Yiddish becomes a written language. But just to point out how ironic that is, my grandmother, Alaa Shalom, who was born probably around 1910, we're not exactly sure because, the record, but she does remember when she was a little child, she fell off a train when they were fleeing the Germans in World War I. So we're guessing she was about 4 years old when she fell off the train, and that's how we get the year 1910 for her. At any rate, she, in English, didn't have a word for the Yiddish language. She would speak of it as Jewish. I'm speaking Jewish. And that's how she referred to it, because it wasn't considered, in her mind, it wasn't considered a real language, even though she had newspapers, and she had phone FM, and she had many other things. It was just not considered real. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Alfonso X was especially important for creating what was called the Alphonsine tables. I don't exactly understand what these things mean, but they're a whole series of astronomical tables that somehow allow scientists to figure out exactly the movements of the planets and the stars by cataloging them through this table. Jews were heavily involved in creating the Alphonsine tables, and Abraham Zacuto in particular was responsible for perfecting them in the 15th century. Okay, what happens with Zacuto? As I mentioned, we're just going to skip over the expulsion for now because it's way too complicated, and we'll dive into it with a very sad story next week when we look at Abraham Senior, one of the senior figures of the Jewish community in Spain, who ultimately decides to convert to Christianity and remain. But Zacuto is one of these illustrious figures who, despite his great scientific and philosophical achievements, is not allowed to remain in Spain. So he flees, like many Jews do, to neighboring Portugal, and he continues his excellence in his field in that part of the peninsula. He's appointed to be the royal astronomer to King João II. I really like pronouncing that name. Wow. Sometimes in certain texts it's rendered as John, just to make it easy, but it's him. Schwau? Schwau? Schwau. I don't know how to say it, but I like the idea of wow. I can imagine when he was born, his parents said, oh, wow, it's a boy. But anyways, there it is. The Schwau. He's appointed royal astronomer and was at the top of his game with tremendous activity, especially after he went over the Alphonsine tables, which at this point were 200 years old, and he apparently corrected all of the errors, which made it really possible for navigation to take place on a sophisticated level. It's also interesting to note that, what happened in Portugal, we'll explore this more in the next 2 lectures, but Jews had a pretty good situation in Portugal. They were kicked out of Spain. They're in Portugal, but in order to effect a dynastic marriage later, one of the conditions was the Jews have to move Portugal as well. So 5 years later, largely to effect a political union, a dynastic union, the Jews were demanded to leave as well, unless they were to convert to Christianity. He advised at this time Vasco da Gama, and in fact predicted his many successes with a tremendous level of confidence, saying, look, you're working with really good instruments, you've got my copper astrolabe, you've got my perfected Alphonsine tables, you cannot go wrong. And in fact, Vasco da Gama did tremendously well. I rounded the Cape of Good Hope and visited India, and really, in many ways, initiated a tremendous amount of transatlantic ocean voyages as well by using these kinds of things that Zacuto had pioneered. Okay. But as I mentioned, even though Zacuto had an illustrious career as an astronomer and as a scientist, he was ultimately forced to leave Portugal, and at that point he sort of re-examined his bearings, to extend this astronomical metaphor, and he tacked on a totally different course. He fled with the masses of Portuguese Jews, many of whom were originally Spanish Jews who had moved to Portugal after 1492. He was captured twice, very difficult, ransomed from being held by pirates. He eventually settled in Tunis. Later, he made his way actually to Israel, and then he died in Damascus. And at this point, he just changed everything. He said, you know what? I'm no longer going to write about astronomy. He did complete one small book, but it was not one of the, it was just kind of like a memoir sort of book. And he wrote this book called Sefer Yuchasin, which is a fascinating title. Yuchasin means lineage, from Yichus, that's the term we use in Hebrew as well. And it basically traces the lineage of the Jewish people. It seemed, and he wrote in Hebrew, although he wrote many of his other works in Hebrew as well, he chose to specifically devote Hebrew to this particular book.
There he is.
That he sort of had a change of heart. He said that I've given
let me just finish watching this. It's got another 4 minutes. Is that okay?
myself and my people have been treated.
Excellent.
Let's
I've been
focus
trying to
my
watch
energies
a program.
now on doing something specifically for my people. And he looked inward, reflected inward on the nature of the precariousness
Dude.
of Jewish existence as a
Did you know Hulk
minority
Hogan died?
in these states, and he wrote essentially a history of Jewish persecution, describing how Jews were moving.
Did
from
you know that
one
Malcolm Jamal
location
Warner
to another,
died?
chased from one inhospitable climate to another, despite their contributions to large society. This is one of the early works in what the professor Salabaran of
Did you know that Ozzy Osbourne died?
Lachrymose model of Jewish history, in which lachrymose means tear-filled. We have this view of Jewish history as, we're
RIP to that actually bummed me out way more than Ozzy Osbourne.
Or who else? Or who else? I heard the Ozzy Osbourne, but who else bummed you out? Or didn't bum you out? Yeah, what's his name though? Malcolm Jamal Warner. He was named after, I think, like Malcolm X, maybe. Malcolm Jamal Warner. But to Hulk Hogan, isn't that crazy?
Why is everyone dying?
I don't know. I don't know how he died. I have to do some research into it. But yeah, it's pretty wild.
Watching documentary it's like this town that's getting destroyed by a volcano, and these guys are like still going into the volcano, but like it's just away from death.
Right. This has 20. It's got 5 minutes. It's about Lex Friedman. I'll tell you about it in a second.
It's great. 6 hours because he takes 6 minutes to ask each question. I love him. Just try to stay in this. He's great. He's a genius. Everyone says he's a genius. I don't know if he's a genius. What does he do? He's a coder. So what does that even mean? So like he doesn't even have to ask credentials anymore. Everyone's ever points he's a cheating. Does anyone know why? What is there anything they've done? No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there anything they've built? Is there one appliance that they have anything to do with? Have they come up with something even like the Rotato, which peels and slices a potato as you could? Like, is there one thing any of them have done except whack off Elon Musk and talk? And you can't find a thing they. What is their job? What is any of their jobs? Into what? Why? Who? Where? Where's the what? They all do research all day, but they're all on Clubhouse for 9 hours. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who's talking about who has a god. I'm not a fan of women getting beaten up by men in sport, but it's like, these are the best minds of our time, and all they're talking about is if somebody's talking to me. It's convenient that Lex and these other guys say academia is being corrupted so their audience ignores them, but Lex has been shady or half-truthing about his academic background for years now. Guys like Lex have become mainstays in Joe Rogan's space. Therefore, because Joe Rogan is basically mainstream now, these guys also become mainstream. Joe Rogan, podcaster and alleged comedian, has arguably become more mainstream than mainstream news. If you told me this would happen a few years ago, I'd call you crazy. But now guys like Lex have been able to become the mainstream, and I'm not afraid to say they're all grifters. All of them. They love to wax on about how the mainstream media is biased, speech is being censored, and they're the last line of defense. My guy, you are the mainstream media now. You're biased, you censor people, and you misrepresent and shit all the time. I think what drives people insane nowadays is insincerity. People who claim to be something that they're not. And that's the only word I need to describe Lex. Insincere. He's the perfect example of a grifter. He claims to be an unbiased, super genius alpha male. He is none of those things. He's an agenda-pushing grifter who desperately tries to fit into the Rogan sphere and continues to embarrass himself in the process. He claims to be all about love, but freaks out on random people, bans, and blocks anybody who mildly criticizes him. And most importantly, he's not a truth seeker. Lex is someone who just cares about blowing up his image and making himself more famous, which is fine. But don't pretend like you're not that. But the problem with Lex is he's in too deep now. He's grifted so hard, there's no going back. His entire persona and brand is propped up by the fact that he's an unbiased academic. If it somehow comes out that, hey, you didn't actually go to MIT, hey, some of your takes are pretty biased, you got put on by writing a bullshit paper. If any of this comes out, Lex is fucked. His whole brand and persona is shattered. That means less podcast views, no more dinners with Trump, no more conversations with world leaders and billionaires. So that's why Lex's strategy of playing victim and blocking people to control the narrative when he's called out is the only strategy that'll work for him. And the worst part is Lex's audience will continue to buy into his victim complex, that he's actually a really nice and smart guy who's getting attacked for no good reason. He isn't respected by academics. It isn't motivation. He's a boring as shit podcaster. So why the fuck do people watch him? There's a running joke within the podcast world that Lex is an intelligence asset. I had a good laugh at this until I watched this episode with Tim Dillon, where Lex gets a bit defensive about calling other people intelligence assets. Not do things overtly with our military and with U.S. policy and get things passed through Congress. You like a shadow organization. Now, I won't go into it due to YouTube's ad regulations, but the end of this podcast had everyone saying that Lex isn't the Mossad. I believe this to be true, not because I know of any links or proof that Lex is the Mossad, but because it's the only explanation on why one of the most boring podcasters ever gets to interview some of the most high-profile people on the entire planet. Also, recently, since the Trump and Elon falling out, Lex has said they need to do a podcast and solve their issues. So, yeah, think about who really gets hurt in the divorce. Love is the answer, as some guy on some podcast once said.
There we go. Riser, you ready, big dog? Riser. 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 How you doing, Audie? How are you? Another day, girl. We're just getting through it as best we can.
That's great.
I should have sex with somebody, but just not in his car. What?
Wow.
Yeah, he's like, just don't do it in there. What the fuck? I've actually never experienced something like this. Like, I've experienced like this. But this is, I can't help but laugh. Thanks for listening.
I am. That's what.
Do you have sex in the car, or
have sex outside of the car. I mean, I can do anything that I want, but to be told that is just so odd.
Oh, you ready, Pimp?
So we're gonna do quick draw archery after Bangkok.
No, we're not.
We'll play like 5 Bangkok games at quick draw archery. 5 Bangkok.
I'm at a. Well, let me ask. I'm at a disadvantage for that. Did you watch how to play Mancala?
No, I didn't. Still have no idea.
Did you know Mancala means to move in Arabic?
What's the game that sounds like Harambe? Am I missing something?
I don't know. Hey, did you know? Did you know that Hulk Hogan died?
Wasn't that a couple of years ago?
No, it was just today.
Yeah.
People said that he had hot dogs. People said he had hot dog skin. Good one, dude. GG. Nice draw. Dog, I will purposefully, next game, I will purposefully make sure you go first. I literally I just do what it says is random. I will make sure you go first this time, even though it says first player random. I will agree with you that it's, even though it says it's random, it seems like I go first a lot. Would you like to be interviewed after that game? You're up. What are you talking about? On what?
Set up the game.
Isn't there only one version? Dude, I can't believe I fucking lost. Garbage. This game is amazing.
Do you like pickles?
Love them.
Okay. What about the sweet ones?
I love all pickles. Did you know that all pickles are cucumbers, but not all cucumbers are pickles?
I've heard it before.
There you go.
Do you like to be interviewed at
I do. I'd like to say RIP to Hulk Hogan, and may your memory be a blessing. No way. F this.
That's 2 in a row. I thought you were next on.
I miscounted. Fuck. This one was an ass kicking.
You can set it back to right. No, but that was 5 games. So archery.
Hold on, you have an invitation. Now you're telling me all this stuff. We'll play archery next. Go. Dirty. No way. Got it. Dude, this sucks. I'm already at a disadvantage. I'm at a disadvantage. That was good. That was really good. Oh, very good. I'm not beating this.
Oh yeah, you take forever to shoot. That's why. You actually have to be fast. Way too slow. Way too slow.
I'm doing it as fast as I can on my phone.
Way too slow. You can do it.
It moves faster on an iPad. Oh, nice one.
Way too slow. Well, it's 5.5. Four more. 30 points away. 20 points away. 2 more. Oh, no way.
How did I win?
You somehow sniped an 8 at the end.
How did I win?
Somehow got the high one more.
Excellent. Skee ball time. You're up. That's a miss. 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 That's a make. Let's see it, baby. Hey, look at you. You're finally starting to figure out how to play this game. You are right about that one.
I think that Plato would send you like a fucking plaque for your wall. Like 12 hours a day every day.
Yet I still don't play mini golf as much as Zoot.
That's true. I can't.
Zoot always had like 1,200 games, and I had like 800 games. Table soccer, baby. Dude, we're doing the crazy one. Are you gonna go? Oh no! No! Oh no!
Oh, oh wow.
Garbage.
You haven't made like a single pass with me. I just read.
There's a pass, son. Do you know what Canadian Pacific Flight 21 was? No, it was the largest mass murder in Canada's history or something. Oh, fuck.
Let's hear about it.
I don't know anything about it. There's a podcast about it.
How is it a murder if it was a plane crash?
Could be a bomb. Do you know what the dragon attack is, son? It's like I looked you dead in the eye, blew hot breath on your face, and slapped you in the mouth. Pimp slapped you in the mouth.
Thank you.
You're welcome, girl. Whoa. That was a pass? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna just J your? Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
Really?
Really? Riser, are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
R?
Riser, are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your?
Yeah, my thing's online again. That was a little too close for comfort.
Take a shot on goal, son.
That's not a pass. Thank you.
How is that a pass? There's some glitch in this game where we're passing to each other's teams.
Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to happen.
No, it's not. There's a glitch.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yep.
Got him.
Oh,
What a goal.
that was a little long and boring. Nothing like Moncala. Riser, You're going first, son.
Sweet spine cow.
You're going first, son.
Easy.
No way. Come on.
How'd you like that play, Pimp?
That one's stung a lot.
Shoot. Doesn't matter. Game over. This bitch is done. GG, Pimp. Alright, bear with me. Just want to see if anybody said anything about me. Okay. Are you ready to play Blitz?
What does that mean?
Blitz League?
I think so.
Why do you think it sucks? Okay, but play Blitz League. Just learn how to play it. It's a new game we can put in our repertoire.
Why does it take so long to load? Is there a point of like other lanes?
Yeah,
What's that?
to score on the other guy.
It seems to all damage the other person's health. I didn't mean to hit that lane. No! Should let me spam these things a lot quicker. Oh, it gives you an 8? Perfect. Fuck that. Where's my 8? Bullshit. Literally the... Hurry up! Oh my god. What the fuck is this? Why are you able to go through that? That's fun. Alright, mini. Or no, basketball.
Are you sending me an invite?
Sure. I don't see it.
Okay, then I'll send it to you because you suck.
Legitimately, I don't think it's here. They removed it. You gotta do 5 rounds.
No, 5 rounds sucks. That's a miss. That's a mate. Oh, swish. 2 swishes. Oh, this man is on fire, folks. This man is on fire. 12. That's his high.
Everyone pay attention to what not to do here. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. Are you proud?
Proud as a peacock. Riser with the hoop. Hoop's moving, dog. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. Time runs out.
That lasted 2 seconds. I got 1.
What do you want me to do, dog? What do you want me to do? You want me to recount time?
Fucking Tyler's bullshit. You're not even going, dog. Your time's up. You're done.
It's tied. It all comes down to this, B. Are you ready?
How did the fucking time you...
GLAMOROUS. So GLAMO. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What a big round.
9.
He just ended it.
9.
He just stopped his streak.
9.
The streak is over, folks.
Yes.
The streak is over.
Needs 3 in a row.
Finally, you got me. Skee ball time. Why don't you like skee ball? Doug, you're gonna go to sleep?
No, I'd say I'd rather play Blitz League than that.
All right, well, you're up, Doug, and everybody's waiting on you. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. He got one. He got one. That's good, dog. I'm going to destroy you now. I'm going to get 3.
We'll see about that. Two balls left. 1 ball.
Whatever you do, don't miss. Why did you steal my strategy? Doug, you got 1. Now I'll show you how a champ does it. It's close. It's close. You're up, pimp. That's a make. 2 makes. This game is over. Riser 1. Oh, 3 makes? This game is over. I shouldn't even go.
Let's see what you got. First ever skee ball win. You can end it. You need 4. You need 4. There's 0. There's another 0. There's 1.
I can eat some shit.
5 left. 4 left. Needs to sink these next 3. He sinks 1. Oh. R1.
Moncala. I'll let you go first since you always bitch about it. Oh, well, we do have to play that. All right, but play Moncala first because this game rules.
big dog.
I'm going, baby. Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Oh, shoot.
It's been a pleasure. I'll return shortly.
We'll miss you.
You're not going.
Lucky. Okay.
Peace, girl. Fuck this.
Oh, that's the loss. That's not good.
Alright.
I know we have to play golf, but just give me a second. Pardon me. It's like you looked me dead in the eye, blew hot breath on my face, and pimp slapped me in the mouth.
Hell yeah. Can't believe that alcoholic swam the whole fucking
I think about that. I've been thinking about that too. Like that dog, if he didn't have alcohol in his life, that motherfucker would have walked to the moon.
Yes.
Rate that documentary on a scale of 0 to 10.
And
I give it like a 7.
what better documentaries have you seen?
A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Religious. The Money Masters. Oil.
Wait, do you say there's oil?
Yeah, it's called Oil. It's the history of oil. It's like a 10-part series. The Civil War, jazz, baseball. Those are all by Ken Burns. World War II, Vietnam. Those are also Ken Burns. I think I said jazz. The Beatles anthology, if you count that. What else is a good documentary? People really like AlphaGo. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I like the Napster documentary. Have you seen the Pirate Bay documentary?
Yeah.
Did you like that one?
Yeah.
I love it.
There's this one.
That one and the Nap.
There's this one that Zoot had me watch. That was called It was about the history of Donkey Kong. Have you ever? He was like, it changed my life. I was like, what? He's like, it's a documentary. You have to watch it. It changed my life. I'm like, okay. So I watch it, and it's a cool documentary. It's like the history of this video game competition on Donkey Kong. And did he ever tell you about this?
No.
Okay, so it's like this story of there's like this really good Donkey Kong player who is also very wealthy, like kind of, but like pretty wealthy. He's like a barbecue sauce heir, and he gets really into Donkey Kong. Then there are other people who aren't like that wealthy who really get into Donkey Kong, and they have this thing that like they're playing Donkey Kong. You know what Donkey Kong is, right? Like the arcade version, like with a box.
Yeah.
And so there's this thing that happens if you play the game enough that it, um, like these old games like Pac-Man, if you play it enough, I forget what they call it, but like it doesn't have enough memory, and it doesn't have like a you won the game. There isn't anything like that. It just crashes on you, and when you get it to crash, you like win, and people go crazy. So the guy who is the barbecue sauce heir or whatever is like also the Pac-Man champion of the world, and the way that you have to document like how you win is there are two ways. One, you can do it at this place called like Gameland or something, which is located in like New Hampshire. It's like a two-story arcade that is just like stuck in 1989, and you can play it there, or you can buy a machine yourself, and then just put on a video camera, you playing. Well, it turns out that guy who, like the barbecue sauce guy, chose to video record himself with the new high score, but he like had the footage edited so that it made it look like he won when he really shouldn't have set the record. And it's like this underdog story. It certainly didn't change my life, like Zoot claims that it did him, but it was cool to just see these guys like doing long form. Like it's not exactly what I do because I'm streaming, but they would just like record them record themselves playing a video game for like 10 hours or 12 hours or whatever, just trying to do everything perfectly. Did you ever play the original Donkey Kong?
No, I didn't. I did play Mario Kart, and I did play the world's hardest game. Do you know the story of the world's hardest game?
Which one?
That's literally the name of the game. It's called the world's hardest game.
Never played it.
And I play it like all the time on my computer at school. And you just use your arrow keys, and you have to navigate like this red square through a maze, and then dodge all of these like little yellow balls that are coming at you, and it just gets progressively more and more difficult as you go on. And yeah, play that this one.
Well, this documentary. Let me give you like it's been about a year since I saw it, and when I watched it, I frankly wasn't like I kept waiting for it to change my life, and it was like it just didn't. Yo, dog, can you give me a quick breakdown of that Donkey Kong movie at Gameland in like New Hampshire or Vermont or some shit? It's between this barbecue heir and like this underdog story. Okay, King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. The story set around competitive Donkey Kong showdowns at Fun Spot in New Hampshire, which you might have heard called Gameland informally, with major themes like rivalry, the underdog rising, and arcade drama. Quick breakdown: what it's about. It's a 2007 documentary by Seth Gordon following Steve Wiebe, a down on his luck engineer turned teacher from Redmond, Washington. Wiebe sets out to beat the Donkey Kong world record held since the 1980s by Billy Mitchell, a flamboyant former champ and hot sauce entrepreneur. Underdog storyline: Wiebe submits videotapes of record runs only to be disqualified due to perceived video tampering. Mitchell, entrenched in the competitive gaming scene, is viewed as the insider. Wiebe is the humble outsider grinding at home. The showdown at Fun Spot. Wiebe travels to Fun Spot Arcade in Laconia, New Hampshire, one of the world's largest vintage arcades with 600 plus games. There he plays there he live plays under the gaze of Twin Galaxies record keepers. He sets a live record of 985,600 and reaches the infamous kill screen. That's what it's called when everything just goes crazy. Mitchell doesn't show up in person but submits a higher videotape score. Characters and dynamics. Mitchell is cast as the arrogant bully villain, famous and well connected within the record keeping body Twin Galaxies. Oh, yeah, and then there's that. Wiebe is a sympathetic underdog, supported by a caring family and community. Colorful characters like Walter Day, founder of Twin Galaxies, Brian Koo, Mr. Amazing or something, Roy, and others enrich the narrative. Wyatt feels like a barbecue air underdog hybrid. Nostalgic arcade setting. Playing and watching Donkey Kong in that vintage amazingness gives off a barbecue air laid back vibe. Underdog drama. Steve's relentless pursuit resonates like a classic sports film or inspirational story. Arcade personalities and culture. Anyway, so there's this website called Is it Twin Peaks? Hold on. Twin Galaxies. It's a wild website that keeps all of the video game records of like every video game that people submit, and it's like the official. It's like the world record place. It's twingalaxies.com, and they redid it since I last saw it. But basically, like if there's a game that you are really good at, you can submit your score through this website, and then people compete online. Anyway, like Tetris and Doom and those kind of games, like anything old. Anyway, it's like a yeah, it's really old. It's like a really old system. They keep every score since 1981. But the funny thing is this is like the Olympics for nerds. They're like super into it. Like, I mean, as you would be, but it's like they're just these guys are like over the top into video games. And Zoot was like,
Oh, have you seen The Cove?
no, please enlighten me what it is.
That is a very amazing documentary. It's about this guy that goes to spy on these Japanese fishermen that are like killing dolphins so much in like this one cove. Like the water is like red, and yeah, it's just like this crazy documentary on how Japanese people kill dolphins.
Dolphins or whales?
Dolphins, porpoises.
You know that now that you say that, it sounds familiar. Did you ever see Blackfish?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's an interesting one. All right, I'm gonna play this.
One moment, I'm just going to the washroom.
Okay, I'm gonna do the same.
one sec. I just have to make a call.
Take your time. I'm resetting my stream, so.
we're constantly harangued and chased from one place to another, and at the same time we're doing so much more for the societies around us, and it's a very martyr-like kind of image. Which reminds me of a joke. Please forgive me if I tell you this one more joke. I know we're near the end of the lecture, but I'll tell you, this is a funny joke. So my jokes are not by definition funny, but the joke goes like this. This is I actually heard this when I was doing my own doctoral research in the former Soviet Union. And if you'll recall what it was like back then, so much shortages of consumer goods that lines would form everywhere, the drop of a hat. If they heard that a particular store was opening, people would stand in line and they would buy anything. They had Czechoslovakian shoes, only size 7. You would buy as many as you could, and then later you would barter them, in the various open-air markets for different things. So anyways, there's this lineup, a cherha, outside a grocery store, and because they heard there's cucumbers going to be on sale. And everyone's standing there in line, and there are all these different nationalities, Russians and Latvians and Lithuanians and Uzbeks and Jews and all kinds of people. So they're standing in line, and the door opens, or the window opens, and the manager leans out and he says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks of cucumbers, it has broken down. It will not arrive. Therefore, all Jews, please leave the line." So what can they do? They pack up, they leave the line. Closes the window. A little later, he opens up the window. He says, "We've just learned that one of the trucks has been stolen by the mafia, and we're going to have less cucumbers than we expected. So therefore, all Central Asians, please leave the line. Uzbeks, Tatars, Kazakhs, all leave the line." So, they have to leave. This goes on. Lithuanians leave, Latvians, Poles, everyone's leaving, until finally there's only pure Soviet citizens standing in line. And the guy opens up the door and he says, "We've just learned the last truck has caught fire, and there were no trucks arriving today, no cucumbers at all. Everyone please go home." So Ivan turns to Petro and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Okay, all right. So in many ways, the Sefer Yochanan, which is, we're talking now about a 16th century history, follows a model that we repeated over and over again by many historians. It's not the first of this series. You could even say that some of the biblical books follow within this kind of metaphor of the lachrymose model, where the Jews get all the breaks, said with a certain amount of black humor. But nevertheless, it is a testament to the work of his maturity, the work of his old age, as it reflects on the meaning of Jewish existence in the diaspora. So, in terms of his legacy, we get a sense of the importance of people like Zacuto for understanding the Iberian reality. They were somehow, first under Muslims and then under Christians like Zacuto, somehow able to leverage their superior education, their literacy, their openness to scientific ideas to achieve phenomenal success within their societies. With a few exceptions like Maimonides, who were forced to leave, many of them were able to climb to great heights. We've seen already Chasdai ibn Shablut, the great diplomat, Shmuel Hanagid, who amazingly led a Muslim army for 16 years, an incredible thing. They should have a Jew doing this, and at the same time writing